Hey Carolyn, what's going on?
I'm here. Sorry. I was busy. I'm good. How are you? Nothing much going on. Just busy today. But yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Things are pretty good actually, except for this crazy person I just got into an argument with
Mm.
over my bunker.
I know. I saw that. I was following along and it's really kind of irritated the the crap out of me. And it's that you just don't I'm sorry, friends, you just don't have enough faith. If you would just have a little bit more faith. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean this whole thing is so bizarre. And then when I try to ask them, well, do they wear their seatbelt? Do they go to the
Mm-hmm.
doctor?
Mm-hmm.
And they no, but they, of course, whoever this is, and they put themselves up a male emoji. So whoever this guy is, I guess Julian, it just makes no sense. And I think it's so bizarre. Like, at no time have I ever thought I could hide from God. I mean, never in my entire existence of 56 years did I think I could hide from God. And so they're whatever that motivation is that they came up with, that they decided was my motivation, is just so super weird. And you know what else is weird is this person. They're not the only one. I mean, do you remember um, Christopher? Came at me. He was a pastor and he came at me around on the same idea that I didn't have enough faith. And I just find it bizarre. I don't get it.
Yeah, I remember that. And it's not just you, um, but you seem to get it a lot, but some others of us also get that a lot is, don't hide from God, you don't have enough faith, if you just pray a little harder. Because I mean that happened to me a couple of months ago and I got so pissed off. And so yeah, but it was really weird that there was this strong correlation. It's almost verbatim of what Christopher said. That's what's so weird.
Yeah, and you're right, and it ties into to this whole abduction thing, right? We're told if you just had enough faith, this wouldn't be happening to you. If you were a Christian, this wouldn't be happening to you. If if you call on the name of Jesus and it doesn't stop, then you just didn't have enough faith. I mean, the whole thing is just rampant, and it's disheartening. And it's discouraging, and it's just sad that this is out there and that people could actually argue over it. And by the way, it's discouraging. So when I was really just up to my eyeballs in this nonsense, I would read these comments and I would see it in other places as well, not just here on X, but just Christian circles in general, reading comments about if you just had enough faith, this wouldn't be happening to you. That sent me spiraling. I mean, this was part of my own spiraling, and my own spiritual battle I had. Some of it was these messages of if you just had enough faith. And I would question it. I would say to myself, okay, could it be because I don't have enough faith? I mean, in my mind, it was because it was technology, but could it be it's because I don't have enough faith? And that sent me down a it was bad. I mean, I went through a massive crisis. I don't even know how I came out of it, with my mind intact, but it can be very damaging for people to say things like that. And I don't know if you had experienced something similar.
Yes, it can be very damaging because someone who, well, I'll just use myself as an example. Um I was in my own crisis, spiritual crisis. I've been in a spiritual crisis several times over the course of my life, and I thought I was pretty dead set. I was like, okay, this last time I'm great. This is great. And then um then I found out that, I had my awakening of all these abductions, everything that's going on, et cetera, doing the research. Um, and then during that research, just recently, like told you we spoke about this before a few months ago, was the Malanga information. And that really, it really sent me over the edge again. And I was questioning a lot of things. Talked to a good friend of mine who's a Christian, and he basically, we were talking about it, about he didn't know who Malanga was. I gave him a Cliff Notes version of who he was, what was said. Now he is not an abductee, but he is trying to. Oh, my work phone is calling. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Carolyn. Just going to leave me up here by myself since nobody else joined as a speaker, just to talk to myself, by myself, alone, on my own. Everyone knows I'm not that great at pontificating. Maybe that's a joke. I'm not sure. So yeah, I'm in an argument. It's not an argument, I guess. Well, it is an argument. It's a little bit of a back and forth with this person who's calling themselves a Christian, who decided that because I have a bunker, I don't have any faith in God and that I'm actually hiding from God. That's actually what we're talking about. And somehow we got onto how it's similar to the abduction thing. We have a lot of Christians, and by the way, I call myself a Christian. We have a lot of Christians who say you wouldn't be getting abducted if you were a Christian, if you actually had enough faith, if you call out to Jesus, if you just had enough faith, then it wouldn't be happening. And by the way, if you do call it to Jesus and it doesn't stop, it's because you are not saved or you don't have enough faith. You're possessed by the devil. I mean, so many things. And yeah, it's disheartening, it's discouraging. I'm the kind of person I don't just blow off other people's ideas. I have come to my own ideas not just based on dogma or, you know, being religious growing up. They come from my own experiences and then really trying to step out and look objectively at things. And it can be hard to do, but using logic and investigative skills, not just my own experiences, but listening to other abductees, reading the abduction research, and looking at a lot of different material. Just because someone gives me their opinion and it doesn't agree with mine, I don't just dismiss it. I actually look at it and I question myself, could this be true? I like to look at things from many different angles, not just my own bias. And so when people can come at me with this stuff about, well, you just don't have enough faith, I have to ask myself, could this be true? Is this real? Are you back with us, Carolyn?
I am back.
Um,
Yes.
yeah, so I don't want to. I was just rambling while you were telling your story after you got your phone call. So,
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, so long story short, talking to him, and he was basically saying that, well, you know, that's none of that is true. It's hard to believe. He was saying that, bottom line, he never really came out and said this, but the implication was there is that, well, you just don't have the enough faith that you need to, pray a little harder, et cetera. And it just, I walked away very, very upset and everything, which 2 months later, we're fixing to meet up again. And it's one of those that is like, he's going to ask me how I'm doing. And I'm just going to have to say, you know what? I'm golden. I'm golden now. Because I think that was just a catalyst for me that I needed to know that that's bunk. That how do you come off telling me that I don't have enough faith when you yourself have never been abducted. You see what I'm saying? So I just found there was such annoyance with it. But I'm pretty much golden now. I changed some things and things are quiet now. But for I just find it extremely irritating for others to say that you or me or anyone else don't have enough faith, that we need to pray harder, that it's all one thing. It just irritates me, and I'm kind of done with that. And y'all can just piss off, as far as I'm concerned. Who do you think you are? But that's just me being gritchy about it, and I really shouldn't be, but that's how I feel. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard not to be frustrated and grouchy. What word did you just use? Gritchy? That's a good
Yes,
one. I
gritchy.
like it. It's hard not to feel that way about it and resentful. First of all, have you opened up your Bible in the last 25 years? Because it doesn't say in the Bible anywhere that Christians are exempt from persecution of any kind whatsoever. And so it's super frustrating. Another thing, since we're bagging on Christians right now, um, and I'm one of them, by the way. I might say that multiple times because people like to clip things in these spaces. Um, a lot of times Christians come at this from a purely spiritual point of view. And so they think these creatures are only spiritual creatures, and that if you were, again, you just had enough faith, this wouldn't be happening. Okay, well, first of all, how much faith did Jesus have? And yet he was tempted by Satan. So it just makes no sense. We have the story of Job and many other stories of followers of God and Christ being persecuted in the scriptures. It just makes no sense. But yet here we are. So they have this misunderstanding that this is purely a spiritual thing, and that's not the case. We have people who it is something that is very difficult to wrap our minds around, but all this is physics we do not understand. These creatures can traverse the realms. I listened to a video from Timothy Alberino today. He's very frustrated with people who say words like spiritual realm. He doesn't like it, but I'm going to use it anyway. They traverse the realms, and the technology is able to traverse the realms. It's just something we just have not wrapped our minds around. It's not going to be magic. It's not going to be supernatural. It's purely technology we do not understand. And so Christians specifically have a hard time with understanding the physicality of this phenomenon. And these creatures engage in abductions. And by the way, things have changed. You were in the space from 1973, the Philip Mantle we had in the space. After all the tech problems we had, we actually got
Yes.
him into the space, and that's a fascinating case. I actually love that case. I had heard of it, but I had never looked into it until last week. And what a fantastic case! And you have a lot of physical components of these abductions. And what I'm trying to say is abductions have even changed since 1973. Abductions these days, and they've changed since Chris O'Leary was seeing grays, right? A lot of grays back in Chris O'Leary's day. But these days they're using a lot of hybrids. These are physical creatures. They're as physical as I am. They're as physical as Carolyn is. They're as physical as every single person in this room. And they use technology to get from the ship and to pop themselves into your bedroom or wherever you happen to be, to put you to sleep, paralyze you, and to take you on board. This is a physical thing that's happening. We have people like Amy who have used items from a rape kit, and without getting too specific, to prove to herself that this was physical and that this was happening in a physical way. Now, is some of it astral, some of it in the spiritual realm? Yes, but it can also be very physical. And so I think a lot of Christians think this is spiritual only, and if you just had enough faith, it wouldn't be happening to you. And then we get dismissed. And instead of thinking of it that way, I like to think of it more like human trafficking. Or more like if a woman were to leave a club in the middle of the night and start walking down an alley and she was assaulted by five men in the alley and she was praying to Jesus for it to stop. If it did not stop, there is not a single person in this room who would say, well, then your faith just wasn't strong enough, right? Yet this is what we're told as abductees, and it's the same exact thing. These beings have technology that are able to overwhelm us, and they do things in the physical realm, they're able to do things in the spiritual realm, but it is very much the same thing. So to say it's just a lack of faith, um, it's just very short-sighted, and it is an example of, just having blinders on. So I understand that's comforting for you to think, okay, I have enough faith, and this is why things aren't happening to me. But it's just simply not true. And I've been probably bloviating long enough, Carolyn.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. I think it's well said. Well said. Yes. So yeah, I saw that and it just kind of irritated me. I wanted to say something so bad, but I didn't. It's wasn't my thread, but it I'm just kind of over it now, and I'm gonna just start firing back, I think. So
Yeah, I get over it too. I go from, a lot of times I just don't have any patience whatsoever for people who think that way. I just think, okay, I just can't do this. And other times I'll take a little bit of time, but if someone like this person is just the last thing they said to me was they were going to pray for me. So thank you. And I sincerely do appreciate prayers, and we'll just leave it there because there's no way. And yeah, I know we're talking about abductions right now, but this all started with someone telling me that because I have a bunker, I don't have enough faith in God. So yeah, so wild. So along those lines, Carolyn and I have both started. Carolyn, you just got your camera. So both Carolyn and I have used cameras off and on while, especially for me, especially at night while we're sleeping. That seems to be when we're the most vulnerable. Although abductions can happen and can and do happen during the day, happen when people are driving down the road, minding their own business in their cars during the day. A lot of activity seems to occur at night when we're the most vulnerable in sleep. So we both have over the years slept with cameras. And Amy has been telling me, and I'm talking 2.5 years. Amy's been telling me for maybe 2 years that I don't have the right camera. And I bought a camera that she recommended a couple of years ago. But by the time I bought this camera, I was actually just frustrated. I had been sleeping with a camera in my room for months. I had experienced glitches with this camera where I could get up in the middle of the night and go to the bathroom. This was during a period where I was waking up every single night at 2:32 in the morning, which happens to be the time I was born. And I would get up and I would go to the bathroom. And I would go to the bathroom just because, like, it was a preemptive move. So I would wake up and I would think, I need to go to the bathroom just in case. I might have to go to the bathroom later and I don't want to be woken up by that, so I'm just going to go now. And I had a camera in my bedroom, and very often the camera wouldn't even pick up me getting up to go to the bathroom. And so I got super frustrated with it. I did it for months, and I just got frustrated and I thought, okay, this isn't working. Like, this is not, whatever it is, they're overcoming the technology. I don't know what's going on, but the camera's not working. And so I stopped with the camera from about maybe sometime spring or summer of 2023. And I've tried many, many other methods, in the in between, but I hadn't slept with a camera in my room since then. And then quite recently, I finally gave in to this camera that Amy told me I needed to have. And the important thing about the camera is that it has to not be dependent on Wi-Fi, and it has to not be dependent on electricity. And so while this camera can be easily overcome by alien technology, for lack of a better term, the aliens are also very concerned with plausible deniability. And so, whether you like it or not, whether that makes me sound like a lunatic or not, it's just a fact, and it's throughout the abduction research. They don't want to be caught They're right now still in covert mode. They don't want to be caught. They don't even want you to know what's happening to you. And so having a camera with a Wi-Fi that's free of Wi-Fi or it's not dependent on Wi-Fi, and also having an SD card can be an important tool. So Amy told me this a long time ago. I bought the camera, I never used it. I just brought the camera out. I think it's maybe been a month, Carolyn. I can't remember. I just brought the camera out and set it up, and I've been really, really good about having the camera on all the time. No matter what, I'm having it on when I'm alone in my room, when I'm sleeping, early in the mornings after I get up. I also have a couple other cameras in my house. They're the POS cameras that I had before set up. And lo and behold, I have noticed activity going down. So it's a really important tool. And even if it's just a tool that is something that can give an abductee just some peace of mind and the ability to sleep a few nights, um, I love it. And I think it is effective. And I think that we need to just tell more people about it. And Carolyn, you got your camera. What do you think about it so far?
Yeah, so I got it. I set it up. Um, and it is sitting on an end table that I'm not using for my bed, but for my fan. And it's at the foot of my bed. So I have it set up high sensitivity, and boy, that thing is sensitive. Wow. Um, so it's going. It's fully charged. Um, the POS camera that I had been using, I decided I have the brilliant idea of I put it in my closet because I swear that I've had something try to open my closet door, but I had my office chair sitting in front of it. So I heard this sound when I woke up. When it woke me up, it's like that sounded like my closet door. So I went and created the sound and I recorded it, and I dropped it in the room with you and Amy. I was like, no, this is what I heard. And so I've been very suspicious of my closet ever since, but I have this issue with closets anyway since I was a kid for some reason. And so I put this POS in my closet today. So we'll see. I have my jewelry box in there, so it's sitting on my jewelry box, and so I'm anxious to see to see what it will show. But I have the crappy camera in there, which, like you, it won't. Sometimes it would not pick up, record me getting up out of bed to go to the bathroom. So that one's in there. I set up the new one. Still can't find my deer cam, which I'm really irritated about. But it's just like my deer cam. It records um, at the first sign of movement, and it's really cool. I really like this one. The What I couldn't figure out though was how do I delete all these files on here so my storage won't get so full on the SD card. Couldn't find it in the directions or anything. And I was like, oh God, am I going to have to, what do I do? Come to find out, I YouTubed it, and the files overwrite themselves. So it's a revolving recording. So any files that you want to download, you download immediately. But if you want to actually delete files off of this SD card, you actually have to take it out and manually delete them, which is no problem because I have an adapter that I can actually plug into my computer or into my phone and delete the files from there. So I thought that was pretty interesting that it just records over it, which when I thought about it, it's like, okay, that kind of makes sense because my car dash cam does the same thing. It just records over the old files once it starts getting full. So I found that very interesting. Um, I did record. I was going through my recordings um, earlier before. So I went and got my eyes dilated today because I had to go to the eye doctor. So before I got my eyes dilated and I couldn't hardly see anything, I was watching the recordings, and some of them, and I don't know if this is true on yours, but some of them are like back to back, and even though I have it set up for like 30 seconds to record, it will go on further than that, even though that there's no movement. Have you seen that with yours, or is mine just special?
No, I think it will. So what I really like about these cameras is something that you're kind of already covered, which is you can't just go in and delete one file. So I don't know if you remember when I first got the camera, I think it was my first or second night with the camera, I had something kind of odd happen on the camera, which was we were kind of all three involved in because we were having a discussion. I got up and did something, and then I went to bed. And sure enough, in the middle of the night, one of my lights turned on, and I'll just keep the story really short. Um, and it was more of a poltergeist type, supernatural type activity. Like, why would something just turn my light on? It was caught on camera. And the good thing about the camera was that you cannot just delete a file. So if I was trying to hoax you and hoax Amy and say, hey, this light came on in the middle of the night, look at this, and you could see it on camera that in one frame it's off and the next frame it's on. If I had gotten up and turned it on and then deleted that file and tried to hoax you guys into believing that something was happening, um, you can't do that with this camera. So I love that. You can't just go in and delete an individual file. So I was able to show you guys the files and send to you the pictures of how it was off all night and then it mysteriously turned itself on. I don't remember. It was like between 5 and 6 o'clock or something in the morning. Um, so that's one thing. I do like that one file cannot just be deleted, and to delete any files, you have to take out the SD card and put it into your computer, which is a step probably further than the 100% than the other camera I had. And then to answer your question, I actually like cameras that they turn on. So if the motion is activated, they actually give you a few seconds before that motion and then a few seconds after. So I think that's what's happening. That's how my old camera was, and I think that's how this camera is too. So we have a little group chat with me, Carolyn, and Amy, and we talk a lot about this stuff and trying to prevent things and trying to come up with strategies, trying to give each other encouragement. And I can't believe it actually took us this long to listen to Amy and just buy these cameras. But I bought two more over the weekend. And actually, if you have the link, Carolyn, I was just in our chat looking for the link because these cameras are, I don't think they're being made anymore.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I'll go get it. I'll go
yeah,
get
if
it.
you want to put the link up for anybody else who might be interested in it, there's just a lot of really good things about them. And again, a camera can be very easily defeated. But what Amy found during her research is, and I've noticed this too, and Carolyn has also noticed this. Number one, it can take them 1 or 2 days to get around preventative measures. Number two, they're only going to take your camera down a couple of times because when you start noticing your camera's going down, that's actually evidence in and of itself. It's not evidence that I could present here in this space, but it's evidence to the person that things are happening to. If I go to sleep and I check my body before I go to sleep, and then I have an abduction experience, and my camera got turned off, and this has happened to me. My camera was mysteriously turned off in the middle of the night, and I wake up in the morning with a bruise. All those things add up to take away plausible deniability. Maybe one thing could be explained prosaically, maybe two things could be explained prosaically, but when you get to 3 and 4 and 5 things, it starts to become harder. And the habit is to not have too many of those things happening at once. because then the abductee actually becomes aware that they are in fact not crazy and that this is not psychological, that it's not a dream, and start paying more and more attention to their environment and start taking preventative action, which is what me and Carolyn and Amy are doing. Is we're taking preventative action. We're trying to figure out what's their technology, what are their habits, what do they like to do, what do they not like to do. For instance, preferred method is the window. They love to phase through the window. It's just the easiest thing for them to do. So does that mean they will not come through any other surface? No, it just means that's their preferred method. So if I can do something to keep that from happening, that's what I'm going to do. So did you find the link, Carolyn, for anybody else? I can't see, I don't see
Yes,
too, there is a
I
couple of people in the room who might be interested in it.
yes, I did. I posted it up in the nest and down in the pill. So it's there. I only found it on eBay. So
Yeah, because they're not making them anymore. And I
mm-mm.
tried to get even the more updated version. There's like a Pro 4 version of these cameras, but I just wasn't convinced that it was exactly the same. So again, it's important to make sure you can't delete these files without deleting the whole night. So if you go in to delete a file, you're deleting the whole night. Well, if your camera didn't record for the whole night, that's again, that's something. So it's a great camera. I mean, I know they're making better cameras now, but whatever this is, it's working. And I've now ordered two more, and I've gotten one for when my grandkids spend the night. And again, I've got other areas of my home covered. And I know this sounds batshit crazy, but I ordered an extra camera, and it will be in my bathroom. And again, talk to a handful of abductees, talk to some researchers, and you'll understand that some weird shit is happening in the bathroom. It
No
is
joke.
wild.
Yeah.
And it's look at Carolyn, you're going through kind of what I went through a couple years ago, where you get up in the middle of the night, mysteriously have to go to the bathroom out of range of your camera, and you might not come back for an hour. So it's important to have the portability, which is another thing this camera does. It's got a battery backup, so you can just take it with you to the bathroom. Or you can be like me and get super creepy. Look, nobody wants to do this, right? Nobody wants a camera in their bedroom, let alone their bathroom. But if you really truly believe something is snatching you out of your environment against your will, you'll get a camera and you'll put it in your bathroom. And Amy did this for a long time too. She had a camera in her bathroom, and there's really no shame. If somebody wants to hack in and, watch me in the bathroom, then more power to them. So I'm hoping to I've already gotten, I think, significant results from this, and I'm hoping it just gets better. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Yeah, no, sorry, that was kind of a mistake. But yes, I had 12 minutes of missing time. And then just recently, last week, I think, I had like 5, 6 minutes, maybe not even that long of missing time. And my clue was I was going to the bathroom again. And it's like, wait, I already went to the bathroom. And then I had to and then I was going to the bathroom again. It was like this glitch in the matrix or something. It was really, really weird. And when I got back to my room, that's when I realized, because I looked at my watch again. It's like, oh, wait, just a second. None of this should have taken more than 4, at the most 5 minutes, and like 8 minutes had passed. So that was weird. So I'm hoping um, I have the foresight to remember to take the camera with me. Um, but it's right there at the foot of my bed. So there's no reason for me not to pick it up and take it with me to the bathroom and bring it back. Or while I do my walk around the house, take it with me. So we'll see. We'll definitely see. But um, activity has gone down, and it's kind of nice, actually. It's really nice to actually get some sleep, other than the little suspicious stuff. But overall, yeah.
Yeah, like that whole thing with the light turning on in the video I sent you guys.
Yes, that was
Um,
so weird.
And this is just the stuff, and I was so glad the camera was on because this is the stuff. It happens all the time. Happens to most people. I think most people, right? You're sure you turned the light off, but somehow the light is on. Something just happened to me this afternoon that I knew I did, and all of a sudden it was undone. And these are the things that you just never, you just go, okay, well, I guess I must have forgot, or okay, I guess I remembered it wrong. Well, when you see it happen on camera, then no, you didn't remember it wrong. It's actually right there on camera, and you have actually the evidence right there, at least for your own peace of mind, um, that these things are taking place. So I love that about it. And then, yeah, the only thing you have to overcome is being willing to pick up that camera when you walk through the house, and or you're going to the bathroom, you have to do it. So I think it's been very beneficial. My activity has gone way down. Now I'm still having, I would call it more demonic type, lower level astral type experiences. It's what Tom would call demonic mimicry of alien activity. So I'm still having that. But what the camera will prove is, if it's done correctly, the camera can prove that the so-called aliens did not come physically into your bedroom and physically take your body out of the environment. So I'm very appreciative of it. The other thing people have probably heard me talk about is the MADAR. And that's when I first noticed my activity going down, was when I got the MADAR device. So I have the MADAR. I have 3 cameras going right now. I ordered 2 more. And I think overall it's just successful. It's probably the best thing I've done, aside from very, very diligent prayer, um, and a couple of other things. I'll put the MADAR and the cameras right up there. Prayer, MADAR, cameras. I mean, that's what I would be recommending to people who are trying to stop this kind of activity. You haven't done the MADAR yet, Carolyn?
No, I haven't. I just haven't. Well, I kind of need to save up for that because I have other things that I have other things on my list to take care of first before I do that. Um, so for me, it's just the prayers, ambient lighting, the cameras, the TV, uh, occasionally music, but that's not very often. So those 4 for me right at this moment. And I'm with you. Whatever it's for me, some of the stuff is just I'm pretty sure it's just more astral than anything else. But even that, I think, has subsided as well, um, with um, with the prayers, ramping up the prayers.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about this. By the way, anybody up a speaker, just jump in. We are literally just rambling. Jump in if you have a question. You don't even have to raise a hand, or if you want to raise a hand, that's fine, to let me know that you want to jump in, but just jump in. Me and Carolyn are just, jaw jacking about different stuff we talk about in the chat, but it's a lot easier on voice a lot of times. So we just get together every couple of weeks and just talk about this kind of stuff. And you bring me to that same topic, Carolyn, because Amy when I first met Amy, I had convinced myself that most of what was happening to me was happening in the astral or spiritual. Like I could feel them taking my body out of my body and, waking up in a different place. And I pretty well became convinced that most everything was astral and astral abduction. Um, and so when Amy met me, she was very well convinced that everything was physical. And researchers like David Jacobs believe everything is physical. Now, I do believe it's actually both. But what's been really interesting about this camera is this camera, which really wouldn't be able to pick up anything happening to my astral body. I mean, it's got infrared and that's about it. But it's not like it's going to pick up my soul being floated out of my body into the spaceship, right? Yet, my perception my experiences involving a perception of astral abduction have also gone down. And so what I'm getting at is I'm now becoming more convinced that more of this was physical than I ever realized. So, we have those case we this has happened to me, you, and to Amy, and I'm sure to every abductee who is either listening or might listen. Um, Look at the body, no activity. So I do things like, especially during the summer, I'm at the gym, I'm surfing, I'm, engaging in things that can get me bruises on my body. A lot of times I don't pay attention to those things, but especially where I'm living now during the winter, I am not engaging in a lot of those activities, and I can meticulously stop and make sure and spend days, if not a couple of weeks, just looking at my body before you go to bed. Do you have any bruises? Did you have an abduction, a perception of an abduction? And then you wake up in the morning and there's bruises that go along with that perception of being abducted. Now, many, many times I have said to myself, my perception was that this was an astral abduction. I can literally feel them. I mean, I've been out of body many, many, many times over my lifetime, over and above and beyond any so-called alien abduction. And so I understand how it feels. I know what that experience is like. And I will become convinced in my perception that was an astral abduction. I don't think anything physical happened to my body. Yet, I can come back with bruises. Now we know that even psychologically we can give ourselves bruises, or a hypnotist can actually talk someone into a bruise on their body, into some physical manifestation of what they believe is happening in their mind. So I always, kept that on the back burner, like, okay, there's also an idea that things that they do to the astral body can actually transfer into the physical body. I'm okay with that. And I think, okay, this was astral, and these bruises are from some type of an astral abduction. Well, the astral abductions have gone way, way down. So I am now starting to think along the lines of what Amy thinks. More of this is physical than I ever wanted to admit and ever perceived. And again, that's just a possibility. I should say entertaining the possibility that more of this was physical than I ever wanted to wrap my mind around. I'm not sure about you, Carolyn, or what's going to happen now that you have this camera um, going. What do you think? Because now I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I think Amy was right. By the way, Amy has also come my way a bit. She has now had a couple of experiences that she's fairly well convinced were not physical. Um, but Amy did a lot of research, and she did research that proved to herself and to others, by the way. People like Charlie Parrish have gone to look at Amy's evidence, and he's one of the biggest skeptics and debunkers in this whole community. So I'm now entertaining the possibility this could be more physical than I ever realized. And it is this weird clash of the physical realm and the spiritual realm. And it's just something that's difficult for us to understand. But again, it's just going to be physics at the end of the day. What are your thoughts on that, Carolyn? And anybody else, feel free to jump in.
I'm not so sure about the physical. At first, my perception was that I was having a lot of physical. Um, but as time has gone on, I don't know that it's all physical. For me, my perception is it's more tech of having my consciousness hijacked to go on missions once I get like out of body and into one of the realms, and then they would snatch me from there to go do whatever. However, I really think at times they've actually been present to for the abduction, just based on things that have happened while I wait, in as I'm waking up. or going to sleep. But even my mission stuff, it's gone way, way down. So that that leaves me with the impression that it's my consciousness getting hijacked and abducted from there in the realm to go do whatever they want me to do on a mission. And I'd have to look up when the last mission I had. It's been that long. So, I mean, there's other things. I think it's been like a month. Um, yeah, it's been about a month or more. Because the last one I think was when I think they were kind of irritated at me, because they'll use like water type things, um, and so it's been a while. And the whole point is that it's gone down significantly, and I'm thinking that my prayers, specifically asking to keep me out of the um, astral realm, specifically the astral realm, that is making a difference. But that's my perception. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, and that's all we have, right? Is that's all we have is our
Mhm.
perception.
Right.
And I think we have to entertain the possibility that, so for me, a lot of this stuff is human, covert human activity. So I have to entertain the possibility that there's some physicality to that technology that could maybe get picked up on camera. So I think things like that as well. We definitely can't take that off the table. I'm also taking iron. So Steve Mara says iron helps with the more, I think he's going to be, I'm not certain it would keep any alien or hybrid away, but I think it could help with the lower level, the astral, demonic astral type low level entities. I'm doing that as well. So a lot of these things are coming together. So I'm taking the iron, I have the Madar, and I've got these cameras set up. Ito was in the space for a hot minute, but he's saying that there are better cameras out there. I have no doubt that there are better cameras out there, and I'm willing to entertain those better cameras. Um, Anybody who's been listening to me blab for any length of time will understand that I have spent thousands and thousands of dollars trying to stop this. I'll buy any camera that you put out there that you tell me is working better than the cameras we have. I'll give it a shot. Ron, welcome to the space. Jump in.
Well, thank you. This is just both to both of you because we've pretty much known each other for a few years now, and I gotta say, my question is simply, how do both of you are able to function on a daily basis with all this going on? Fringe, you worked in law enforcement, correct? And Carolyn, I know you work too. How are you able on a daily basis able to just get up from all this and put it out, compartmentalize? I don't know how you do it. So I'd really be interested in how you are able to do that.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, I think there's maybe a couple of different answers to that. So, for sure, compartmentalization, it has to happen. Number one, I appreciate the community. I've said before, UFO Twitter, as incredibly dysfunctional as this place is, and all the different sides and the different tribes and the different things that are happening in this community, it literally saved my life. So finding other people this is happening to is incredibly important for people, especially abductees. If you just saw a UFO and you're not getting snatched out of your bed, okay, I mean that can have some ontological shock as well. But especially for abductees, I think it's extremely important to find a community. Secondly, is that a word? Secondly, um, what happens to us during these abductions is very traumatic. And it's a double-edged sword for the entities because trauma actually can build strength and resiliency. And so I think that's a component of this as well. So yeah, how do we function? How do we stay sane? First of all, not a lot of us don't stay sane. Listen to experiencers, even in this community, and you will understand that many of us do not stay sane. It is very difficult to stay sane, but the community helps. Having other people to talk to helps. And then again, I really think that trauma builds resiliency. It's just a double-edged sword. For me, faith is paramount in my own sanity and mental health. So I think for me, that's a huge, huge factor. So, Carolyn, go ahead and jump in.
Sure. So I think you hit a lot of the key points. Um, Community, other abductees, compartmentalization. For me, first and foremost, it was compartmentalization, because it's one of those where I have to keep going regardless of what's going on, because I have bills to pay, I have a child to raise, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have time to be crazy or insane. Secondly, yes, that's a word. Secondly, um, it was having the ability to actually talk to someone who really knew before I did, and sent me on this path. And since then, I knew that um, I could not use this person on a day-to-day basis as a sounding board. It was not fair to them. Therefore, I was already on Twitter. I've been on Twitter for a long time. And it was like, okay, well, let me see if there are UFO people on Twitter, when it was Twitter at the time. And that's how I found this community. From there, I found everybody that I found, and then I started researching for experiencers or abductees and so forth and so on. And that is when I found Fringe, I found Bridget, I found other people, and started talking to them, listening to them, learning from them, um, guffawing at them. I'll be quite honest, Ron. There were some things that Fringe was saying early on, and I thought, you're out of your bleepity bleep mind, lady. But I always kept that open mind, thinking, okay, maybe there is something to that. I haven't heard of it, but I'm going to keep this in the back of my mind. Other people were starting to say the same thing. Okay, there's must be some credence to this, and then I would experience it. And it's like, oh, okay, so that's the crux of it, is y- you ha- I had to keep going no matter what, finding the community and finding and be able to talk to other abductees who were not just all over the place and batshit crazy. Because there are those that exist in our community, unfortunately. So I'm very fortunate to have found Fringe and some other people, um, you know, and that's how you keep going. You have to have some type of community and other people, like-minded people to talk to, because it's not fun being alone. It really, truly isn't. I hope that answers your question, Ron.
Oh, absolutely. You know, what Philip was saying was, in studies, it's about 10% of Americans have either had a UFO experience or an abduction type of experience. So when you think about that, it's still a low number of people that are willing to come out and talk about it. And I think, your spaces encourages it, and it keeps those people safe. So That's kind of why I've always been there listening and being there, because I've always believed. And anyway, I just wanted to say that to both of you, and keep on rocking.
Well, thanks, Ron. I would be remiss too if I didn't have mention my husband because I don't talk. So my family knows I'm the crazy, UFO alien person that I've seen shadow people my whole life. And by the way, a lot of people in my family have also seen shadow people. Um, but the really crazy stuff I'm able to share with my husband. He's had experiences as well. I mean, my husband has woken up and seen entities around my body. So having some kind of witness to these events has actually been very, very, and support has been beneficial to me as well. Um, Ron, you mentioned 10%. So Philip Mantle, he's a UK UFO researcher in the UK. That is pretty high. So the abduction research shows around 2 to 5%. Now we don't know, right? But if Philip is saying that about 10% have had a UFO encounter, or they've been abducted or had an experience, depending on how close up that UFO encounter is, the abduction research actually shows that many, if not most, up close and personal UFO encounters are actually abductions, and most people just don't remember it. They're there, they see the UFO, and their next memory is still being there in their car with the UFO, and they don't even know what happened in between. And that kind of brings me to this whole idea of regression, which came up in that space with Philip Mantle. And I really appreciated, Ron, hearing that part of the Pascagoula 73 case where they have their UFO encounter, they have some conscious memories of what happens before, during, and after the encounter. But one of the gentlemen, I think it was Calvin, correct me if I was wrong, if I'm wrong, Ronald, he actually gets a regression and he's able to see a license plate during the regression. And that license plate actually leads to, I think, at least one, but maybe two more witnesses. And I brought up in that space, regression is something that law enforcement uses on occasion in important cases for things exactly like that, to get a suspect description and maybe to get a car description and or a license plate. It has been used in law enforcement for many, many years. So I think a lot of people in the community have a difficult time with regression, understandably so. It can be problematic. But I always like to point out, as I did in that space, Ron, that I have never been regressed when it comes to abductions. I don't think Carolyn's ever been regressed. And yet we can be in our chat and go, hey, Amy. And by the way, most of Amy's recall is from regression. I can go, hey, Amy, have you ever seen XYZ? And then I don't even give away everything. I don't give away it all. And then she'll give me a description of something that she has also seen. And so I think it's really important not to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I think we need to look at big pictures. What is happening to abductees? What is the big picture? We don't have to look at each and every regression. Was it done properly? I even heard, I think it was Bud Hopkins doing that regression, Ron, and he was leading um, during that interview. But I think if we look at the big picture and we can say, okay, it seems like somewhere between 2 and maybe upwards of 10% of people are having this type of interference from these creatures living largely in the unseen realm all around us. That is millions and millions of people. It's happening to a lot of people. So, and it gets pretty mind blowing. It's not, just the freaky deeks on the fringe of the UFO community who this is happening to.
Now,
So
now that was
that's a
Americans.
big number. Yeah,
That was
that's just
American.
Americans. Yeah.
Yes, but yeah, and the two people were the couple that was making out near the river when the abduction happened. And I guess the other thing too is I'm always surprised at, like, when I spoke with Bridget and I speak with you, you try to keep it pristine and not have the influence of knowing things like Pascagoula and everything. And I always thought that if I was abducted, I want to know from everybody else about things that happened in the past. But I get it, and I guess I was just always surprised that like I'm into the research because nothing had ever happened to me until last year, and I guess it keeps it pristine for you that you're not influenced. Is that the main reason?
No. So I just run out of time, Ron. So when I found the abduction research, again, so first I found UFO Twitter, and I was like, what? I was like Carolyn, I made an account years and years ago, and I just never was on Twitter. And in that March or April, I don't even remember how I got here, but I found, I think it was Tiny Klaus. I think he had more of a mainstream account he was posting on, and then that led me to Cambria, and Cambria posted something about Masquerade of Angels, but something brought me to the community, and I just was mind blown that I just found a whole group of people who were actually talking about UFOs, and then let alone people who were talking about being abducted, and then that led me to the abduction research. Now, what happened for me, Ron, was reading the abduction research, and I'm fairly familiar with uh, Mac, Carla Turner, David Jacobs, and a lot of that other era of research. And then I've also become very familiar with people, who are more up to date in the research. And what that research did for me was made me realize that this was not my imagination. This was not a dream. It just helped solidify that because I was having experiences that were 100% conscious. Like I was awake. Like right now, I'm awake. I am now 56 years old. Please don't try to convince me I was asleep. I know what the difference is. I was having experiences where I was 100% awake and conscious. And so, coming across the abduction research, where gosh, I've mentioned this so many times now, it's probably getting old, but I was doing things like going to cocktail parties and ending up at the mall with the aliens. Now, that's stuff that, in my personal opinion, most people just wouldn't wake up, right? Just like the example, makeup. Just like the example I used during the Pascagoula space, I have seen a community drinking fountain on a UFO. I've seen elevators on a UFO. These are just not things that, in my personal opinion, at least I didn't think of that you would really find on a UFO, all these weird things happening. And so when I came across the abduction research and I saw other people are going to the mall with the hybrids, other people are attending cocktail parties, other people, some like Amy, has seen this communal drinking fountain on board a UFO. That kind of stuff saved my life. Like it literally saved my sanity. I was able to go, okay, this is happening to other people. This is something I literally cannot make up. A lot of people like to say, well, this is just some contagion and the collective consciousness, all the very many things that we come up with for our prosaic explanations. I'm finding these things happening to other people. And so it was life saving for me. So I don't avoid the research. I actually have read a lot of it. But the older cases, like I don't even know what happened to Travis Walton. I just don't. Pascagoula was a famous case that I had, of course, heard people talk about, but I just never looked into it. And so a lot of those big famous cases, I just had never reviewed. Now, in Bridget's case, Bridget purposely did not make herself familiar with the research in order to keep her own memories her own. I didn't worry too much about that because I had been writing down the stuff that was happening to me for a couple of years before I found UFO Twitter. So I am able to go back and look at my own writings before I was exposed to any lore, any abduction research, anybody else's ideas, any other cases. I was able to go back and look at my own writings and compare it. So I wasn't worried too much about, being contaminated by anyone else's ideas. Now, what I do to try to avoid contamination is and I think this is true for Carolyn as well, I get snippets of information. So I will wake up on the table, go, what the ever loving F is going on right now? And I'll pick up a few minutes, sometimes just a few seconds, a few snippets of what's happening, and then I'm getting knocked out again. Because if I'm awake enough, I'm causing a problem. Um, Amy will get extreme details of a lot of the environment, everything around her. So what will happen a lot of times in our chat is I'll say, "Hey, Amy, have you ever seen?" If this is going to be another, for instance, I had an experience where it was my perception that the aliens had healed my knee the night before. Sure enough, I wake up in the morning, I hop out of bed. My knee had been so injured that I couldn't walk on it for about 6 or 8 weeks. I have this abduction experience. I'm taken on board. I have my knee healed. And I say to Amy, "Hey, this cabinet just like appeared out of the wall." And they actually went into this cabinet to get items out of the cabinet. And Amy says, yeah, their cabinets, they just appear out of seemingly nowhere. But then Amy will ask me questions. Did you see this? Did you see that? What I don't want to do in that case is try to imagine what she's saying or try to imagine seeing, did I see that? If I didn't see it, if it's not in my memory, I just shut it off. So I don't want to absorb now what Amy's saying as my own or try to envision it or imagine it for that moment or for any future moments. I just kind of shut it down and I say, no, that I didn't see that. Now, she's free to go ahead and explain what she saw, but I don't want to absorb that as my own memory. I don't want to just absorb that and go, oh yeah, I think maybe I did see that, or maybe this did happen, or maybe that did happen. I try to kind of compartmentalize in that way. If I don't have a memory of it, the answer is no. And unfortunately, my memories, again, they're snippets in time. Very rarely do I have an experience where, okay, I was awake from here. I stayed awake the whole time. And then I was awake the entire time on the ship. And then I remember them sending me home. So say like a 2 or 3 hour incident, I don't have a memory from the moment it started to the moment it ended. But when Amy does a regression, she can get that information. So I'm actually jealous of that. What about you, Carolyn?
Oh, I am so jealous of Amy and her ability to be so, just point on. But yeah, I'm like you. I'll get snippets and I'm taking in information. And for me, whenever I wake up, because it's always at night, um, or for the most part at night, whenever I wake up, I'm immediately writing it down because I'll forget it. And so I've gotten some pretty good detailed information, but it's just a small snippet, but there's a lot of detail because I mean because I mean I'll tell you it's like, hey, I wrote this down. Look at this, and y'all are like, oh my god, you know, because it's so long.
And you do such good drawings, Carolyn. Your drawings are so good. My journal is just crap. My journal is trash
No, mine is
with like
so
little kid
rudimentary.
drawings in it.
I find it rudimentary, but I do my best. I mean, I look back at when I first started drawing to now, and I've improved. Again, I'm not a depth perception type person, so I just don't know how to draw the depth uh, most of the time. It's this it's this 2D rendering, and you just have to imagine it in a 3D plane type thing. But you know, um, but stick figures say a lot, though. You have to admit, it's like, well, this is a woman, this is a man, and here's the river, and here's the beaver dam, and you know, here's the bridge, that type thing. But yeah, I get snippets and I write it down. But Amy, yeah, Amy is golden with her stuff. I'm with you. I'm jealous, but I'll never do regression. Never. I'm
Yeah,
mm-mm.
I feel the same way. So I think I've already told you guys, I set up regression. So before finding UFO Twitter or this whole entire community, in December of 2022, I set up regression. I think I saw Lori McDonald, and it was on Gaia TV, and she just did a snippet as she does. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to figure out what is going on because I'm only getting snippets. I'm going to figure out what's going on. I'm going to do regression. I didn't really know the perils or the things that could go wrong during regression. I didn't realize it was frowned upon because, again, I mean, we've used it in law enforcement, so um, I didn't realize that it could be problematic. So I set up regression, and gosh, I've said the number before, somewhere between 15 and 22 appointments I had for regression. It never happened, which is a mystery and interesting in and of itself. So from about December to February, March, April, I would have to check my calendar to be sure when it was. I had an appointment every single week to get regression. We were going to do a specific incident that happened when I was really young. And then I think at one point there was a plan to do some other incidents because this was continuing to happen to me the entire time where I was booking these regression appointments. And my regressions never happened. Something always came up. We would talk about something else, but I never got regressed. But I don't know, Carolyn, like you're saying you would never do it. I've been in that place too. I've decided, you know what? I'll never do regression. I just want to stick with what I do remember, even though I'll never really know what's going on. And I'll go from that to I want to know what else is going on. Now, I can fill in the gaps based on the abduction research. Um, but on the other hand, the few times that I have woken up on the table with my insides out of my body that's enough, right? That's enough. Like I have enough memories of what's going on the ships to speak with authority as to what's going on the ships. So I go back and forth. Like, do I want to know? Do I not want to know? I would love to be able to do what Amy does and to get, certain details that I will never have in my head unless I do regression. But man, it can be problematic. So I go back and forth. But I hear you. I've been there. I don't know where I'm at right now, actually.
Yeah, no, I've gone back and forth. I really have. In fact, about a month ago, I was seriously considering doing it again, but only this one specific event, just this one. But then I changed my mind after thinking about it, overthinking, and decided against it strictly because I'm pretty sure I know what happened, but a part of me just doesn't want to know because I don't think my psyche could handle it. I can handle what's happening with what I know now, but I think that would send me over the edge and I would not be able to come back, if that makes sense. So I would rather just not know. But I vacillate between the two, but I always go back to it being no.
Yeah, I hear you. I've had a couple of incidents, and I think you have too. I know your incident where that demon like snatched you or was going to take you to the abyss. Those are the ones where they're about to kill you. Those are the ones that have sent me over the edge. But then waking up on the table, the couple of times waking up on the table in the middle of whatever the fuck they're doing. It's not a procedure, although that happens as well. Those are enough to send you over the edge. Waking up, just imagine everybody in this room. Just imagine waking up to full consciousness. You are not in your environment. You don't even know. I mean, in my case, I shouldn't say that because in my case, I recognized the entity at the foot of the table. Waking up on a table and having, in my case, my belly and all of my insides, I was cut open from my belly down through the pelvic area and everything, it was through and through. It was all the way through. So all the way from my belly button outside, out my back, and then all the way through. So imagine the trauma of that happening. Now, it's probably happened. I'm sure there are soldiers probably in battle who have been conscious and they look down and a leg is missing or an arm is missing or their insides are out of their body. It's that kind of trauma. And it's something that's difficult to it's difficult to process and it's difficult to recover from. So I have enough of those. I have enough of that I know what's going on. And I'm with you, Carolyn. There are some things that maybe I just don't want to know. I mean, some of the things that are happening to Amy, it's some of it's beyond what I think any human can really take. I liken it to human trafficking. What's happening to Amy and what happens throughout the abduction research is is very much like human trafficking. It's like being children and a lot of women, some men, being kept in a cage and being at the mercy of whatever walks through that door. That's what it's like. That's what's happening on the ships. That's what these aliens, so-called aliens, are involved in. And yeah, maybe I have enough. Maybe I don't need regression, but I do go back and forth. That's a whole big long answer to say I go back and forth. We were talking earlier. I have wanted to talk about this MUPAS thing. So, number one, if you guys have heard us talk about MUPAS, I want to say again that I've talked to Barbara and Jim through Barbara, but Barbara Sagala has denied, and I should just say deny because deny sounds like there's an accusation. There was an accusation actually from a couple of people in a space a few months ago. But Barbara is 100% saying that the MUPAS equipment has no capability of sending out any type of signal, and the equipment is not sending out any type of signal. But something actually interesting. So to catch everybody up, if you've not been following the saga with the MUPAS, Carolyn and I both removed this MUPAS equipment from our homes. Charles, I'm going to mute your mic while you're just chilling. Carolyn and I got the MUPAS equipment. The MUPAS equipment is supposed to detect different changes in the environment to help with evidence that this type of thing is actually happening to people. And so we were both very excited. We both had the equipment. We neither one of us have the equipment anymore because there was a rumor substantiated by more than one person that this MUPAS equipment was actually being used as a dog whistle and it was calling in the phenomenon to then record the data. Barbara has denied this. And again, I want to say again, I always need to say this because Barbara and Jim have been very kind, very generous with their time. They seem like fantastic people, the interactions I've had with them, both of them. So in the last couple of weeks, Jim became aware that I indicated, I think it was during Space, Carolyn, me and you jaw-jacking as per usual, that when I first got the MUPAS equipment, I perceived a quiet period. And then after the quiet period, I perceived an uptick in activity. And he wrote to me in an email, he said, this is a thing, like other people have said this very same thing. And he then sent me a handful of dates where he had some alerts on his end from the equipment. And he asked me to look up the dates. And the very first date I looked up was a date, and I'd have to pull it up. I sent it to you, Carolyn. I'd have to pull it up. It wouldn't be that difficult, but essentially it was an abduction. So the first date Jim sent me with an uptick and an alert on his side with this MUPAS equipment, I think it was it May 4th, I can't remember, was a night that I perceived an abduction. So of course, I love that, right? I now have a perception of an abduction that is being registered on this equipment, on the MUPAS equipment. So I think you were talking about maybe were you talking about using it again, Carolyn? I mean, have you reached any kind of reassurance or any kind of conclusion on that as to whether you're going to try to use the equipment again? Because this is what I signed up for. I signed up for this equipment to register data changes in the environment when I perceive an abduction. I mean, to me, that is gold. Is it gold for anybody else? No. I'm sure they'll come up with some kind of nonsense as to why that's not gold. But for me, it's gold. And I, of course, was super excited to have him send me a date. I didn't know what date he was going to send me. and to look in my journal and to see in my own writing that I perceived an abduction that night. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Right, I was trying to look up the date. It's back in May of this year, like May 23rd, maybe something. And I was trying to look it up, but I can't find it. So I still have the watch. I haven't sent it back. It's still dead as a doornail in my bedside drawer. I'm still vacillating back and forth as to giving it a go again or reaching out to Barbara or just what it kind of boils down to also is things are kind of good for me right at this moment. I don't think I,
Why upset the apple cart, right?
yeah, so I mean what I mean what don't yeah, don't poke the bear type thing. Um, but then again, I can go to bed tonight and have something happen because again, we're in a space and apparently they don't like it when I turn my cameras on and they tell me in the bathroom or something like that. I don't know what's going to happen tonight if anything, but um I just
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm still trying to decide. So, that's the
And
short
I
answer.
think we go through those phases, right? So when I realized I cannot stop this to save my soul, like I can't stop it, I'm going to get the data. Like if I can't stop this, put that equipment in my house. You can send all of your equipment, all of your cameras. I promise you, you will get a show. Just send it. I don't care what list I'm on. I don't care who has my real name. I mean, not in this community, but these researchers, some of them have my name. Just send it. Like I became all about getting the data. And so I was so excited about this equipment. But then to have been told that this equipment was actually calling in the phenomenon in order to record the data, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I am not about that. I'm trying to stop this. If I can't stop it, then I want the data, but I am not going to participate in calling in the I don't need to call in the phenomenon. I don't need any extra help. I don't need any extra energy or signals going out from my house. Just show up without any signals and you're going to get your data. So the last thing I wanted was to be calling in any extra phenomenon to get this data. So I was pretty upset by it, but I've kind of vacillated where once I realized that this was a possibility of the extra uptick possibly being caused by the equipment, which they have said in no uncertain terms it is not being caused by the equipment. I took it, I unplugged it and took it out. It's actually not even in my house right now. Um, but of course, when Jim sent me that first date, and I didn't check the other couple of dates he gave me because I want him, I sent him back an email and I asked him for the times because the way I record my perceived abductions, again, some stuff, especially during the summer of 2023, I had some crazy stuff happening during the day. Um, but right now, a lot of the activity is at night. And what I will say, what's today? I don't know what day it is. Is it it's the 3rd, because tomorrow's the 4th for the election. So if I have an entry that says 11/3/2025, most likely 9 times out of 10 or even 99 out of 100, I'll be recording whatever started happening when I went to sleep on 11/2, and then whatever happened in the early morning hours of 11/3. But I also have some journal entries where I could write 11/3, and that actually happened during the day. Maybe it happened when I was in the shower. Maybe my Madar device went off actually during the day. And so before I went digging through my journal for the other dates he sent, I asked him for some times because he's actually in a different time zone than I'm in. So I kind of just want to do a little bit more uh, precision when it came to what I was recording during the alerts that he had on his system. But yeah, that sucks me right back in, Carolyn, to think I perceived an abduction and actually registered on the MUPAS device. So I don't know. That sucks me right back in. Unfortunately, my husband is not about it now that the MUPAS uh, has possibly been compromised. I don't know. Again, they're saying that's not the case, and I have to give them the benefit of the doubt. I have no, I can't see any reason they would lie to me about that, especially when I ask them point blank and in writing, and they have denied it point blank and in writing that that's the case. Um, but I do have the MADAR. So the MADAR device is not the same as the MUPAS, but it's something. Charles, I'm going to mute your mic unless you wanted to hop into the conversation.
Well, I was just like, I just now hopped on trying to figure out what was. I'm sorry, I was trying to work, but I was just trying to figure out what the conversation was about. I'm sorry, but I'll listen.
Oh, we call it Delulu TM. Just your average everyday alien abductee shooting the shit. That's what we're doing. So,
Is it
oh,
targeted individuals and stuff?
no, but there's a lot of overlap, Charles. There's a
Yeah,
lot of overlap.
sounds like it.
Yeah, I do, though, I do have a frequent saying, and I'll say it again for your benefit. The only people on Twitter who sound more crazy than alien abductees is the targeted individual community. And I say that it with love,
Yeah, no,
because
yeah, I get it.
we're not quite as far on the fringes as the TI community. But welcome to the space. Go ahead and jump in if you'd like.
I'll listen. I'm sure we can relate on a lot of stuff, like you said. But I'm very interested in it, obviously, because I am a targeted individual, and I know there's like stuff going on that a lot of people don't like to explain, and people can't explain, and when people do try to explain, it's quickly shunned. So, uh,
Yep. I mean, so welcome to our world. We are actually experiencing very similar things. If I mute your mic, it's just because I don't want to hear the feedback. But yeah, welcome, Charles. And we've actually done some really interesting spaces bringing the MK Ultra community together with the UFO community, with the targeted individual community. There's just way too much overlap to completely discount either one of the other communities. I find myself overlapping with the MK Ultra community. I am fairly I'd say I'm convinced that some of my activity is covert human, my lab's activity, and the targeted individual community is not even just a stone's throw away from that. So yeah, it's all crazy stuff. We all sound, batshit crazy. Yet here we are. So welcome.
Harbinger has his hand up as well.
Oh, thanks. I can't see any hands. Thanks.
Hmm.
Yeah. I guess this is kind of question. After I watched the Y-Files episode last night on this Nazi hole thing, where essentially it seems that eyes, whenever they look at people from this place, I mean, it just turns people insane. But then I wanted to say, like, to kind of correlate that to Ezekiel Wheels, you know, and then all the way up to like the Greys, where they have these eyes, they look at you. I guess my question is do we think that eyes in general are a loose collection device in different various forms from the phenomena?
Hmm. Interesting question. So I'm trying to rifle through my brain and the research that I have read and the people I've talked to. A loose collection device. So the eyes are being used obviously to rifle through your memories since the last time they snatched you up. They like to keep an eye on what you've been doing. The eyes are used to paralyze abductees. And there are definitely instances of aliens looking out of human eyes and other entities looking out of human eyes. As far as being a loose collection device, I'm trying to think, and I would not put it outside the realm of possibility, but nothing's coming to mind. I didn't see what you saw, Harbinger, so I didn't get to watch that video yet. So I'm imagining a gray looking into an abductee's eyes and filing, just rifling through the files of memories and being able to get loose from those memories, yes, but are the eyes themselves the loose collection device? I would have to leave that up to someone else, although I'm trying to think it through. Um, I suppose it's possible. Did you have anything else on that? Or Carolyn, did you want to jump in?
I haven't watched the video yet. It's in my queue to watch, but am I understanding, Harbinger, that the the gray eyes you're saying is the loose collection part? Am I understanding that right, Fringe Harbinger?
Yes.
Okay. Um, I mean, I think it's possible because since they're of a hive mind, or seem to be of a hive mind, if they're rifling through, then I would think once they find that one specific memory to loosh off of, I would think it would send the loosh out to the rest of the hive, and that's how I'm thinking of it. Um, and I can tell you from like a reptilian a point of view, I've noticed that they'll 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 do certain things like that, like love bombing, for the loosh part. But I think it's like one individual, but I'm not sure it's eye connected. So I'm not
So
sure.
the
It's
reason why
interesting.
I say, and I'm already spoiling the video, and it is very extremely graphic, almost we're talking Event Horizon, where this guy was put down in the hole. He sees these things, and it's all gruesome. But there's the eyes. He said that he wanted to either cover or he almost wanted to rip out his own eyes. He goes, so long as I couldn't see the eyes, then it's better. And then I'm, remembering, and like you say, Fringe, when people are being abducted, they want you to look at them, and if you look away, they hate that. As I've been told by other people, because they need to, I don't know, have a neural connection through your eyes to your brain or something, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's something about the optical nerve that they're accessing. At least the thought is that they're accessing the optical nerve to get into the brain.
So yeah, so I mean, and the idea is a lot of this trickster phenomena is trying to scare you, right? So that it then, I guess the question is how do we emanate that fear energy for them to then absorb? But it just seems, just if we were to try and say what is the one common thread element between any and all of these things, it is an eye. Whether it's in these portals, whether it's the Eye of Ra, Ezekiel wheels covered in eyes, uh, these grays, which pretty much, if you look at their bodies, they're mainly nothing other than just a skull with big eyes. That's primarily what they are. And so, yeah.
Interesting. So I'm actually not sure if they have big eyes, Harbinger. They might have big eyes, but when I'm actually on board with the Greys, their eyes are they don't look the same. So first of all, the Greys that I see, there have been several different kinds, but a lot of times their eyes are not big like that, and I've started to suspect those might be lenses of some kind, those big lenses that they might have over their eyes, but I don't know for sure. And there's definitely a different kinds of Greys. But I'm thinking about what you're saying, and I suppose it's possible. So you have Tom has written a couple of really good books, and I'm thinking right now of one of his the first, I can't remember the name of the book now. Probably Alien Disinformation, and it has Greys just chilling in the etheric realm, siphoning loosh off of us. There's no indication. Oh, we have Ganga. Thank goodness. Ganga is going to give us the answer. But I'm not certain that it's actually happening through the eyes, but Ganga's about to tell us. Welcome, Ganga. Don't tell me he's just up here on a fluke, on an accident.
Did you have the room set up as to speaker versus listener?
I have it set up where anybody can join.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that may be what it is.
Oh, goodness.
Come on,
Genga, are you
Ganga.
going to give us the answer to this? Okay, maybe he's not. We'll just wait for him to open up his mic and possibly respond. So in Tom's book, he has the grays just chilling in the etheric realm, attaching themselves to bodies and siphoning off all kinds of energy. So I don't, but it doesn't say anything about the eyes. So unless we hear from Ganga or maybe Amy might have an answer to that.
The Illuminati is an eye at the top of the pyramid, just kind of trying to
Yeah,
look at all of
very
it.
interesting. All very interesting. It's
And
possible.
and the idea is instead for us spiritually to look the other way, meaning to meditate, focus inward, not try and pay attention to these eyes that are around us, ignore them, and then they have no choice but to ignore us and look within.
Yeah, and so unfortunately, I have no memories or snippets of memories of a gray just staring into my eyes. I know a lot of people do, but I just don't. So I do have a couple of times, and this has actually been in the last 6 months, maybe, or last 6 months or a year, where I wake up and let's see, one time I had what appeared to be a cat sitting on my chest, staring into my eyes. So I had enough wherewithal to realize, what the hell is a cat doing on my chest, staring into my eyes? And I was able to realize that it probably wasn't a cat. And there was another time that happened to me, I guess it's been within the last year, where a squirrel came into my window and then came onto my head, onto my chest. And the same thing was staring into my eyes. So I've seen enough abduction research to understand that those were probably not a squirrel and probably not a cat. But my perception was not that it was a gray staring into my eyes. So would only be, um, I would only be guessing or speculating that that's probably what that was. And if Genga's not jumping in, then I probably just don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, and the other
But
video,
yeah, interesting to think about.
the other video I showed up here, Steve Mara, and that video, I'm also watching the whole entire video. Yeah, they're talking about people who meditate for long periods of time. Um, they it's just it's like the opposite effect. We're enabling our capabilities in a good way, whether it's monks or whatever it is. And yeah, talking with other people, with I don't know whether it's the moon or a black pyramid that's suppressing our consciousness, which maybe we have to fight through meditation to go against the suppression. I'm curious if maybe the pyramids of old that we had, like Giza and stuff, was maybe a way to also fight against that, to create an environment that magnifies our consciousness, um, back in the Atlantean days. But that's enough crazy speak for me.
Hmm. So I would say the opposite. So for me, and I'll try to answer the pyramid question as well. And a lot of this is I'm just thinking out loud. So for me, I am much more in my right mind not meditating. And so the aliens had more access to me when I was meditating than they have now. And I believe this is going to just come from dissociation. Um, we dissociate when we're meditating. We're essentially leaving our bodies a lot of times when we're meditating. And to me, it just gives them more access. So to me, across the UFO spectrum, anywhere from an alien showing up in your bedroom to just channeling to new age information, they always want us meditating. They want us meditating, doing DNA activations, channeling, doing energy work. These are the things that they encourage their contactees to do. I did many, if not all, of those things. And all it did was give them more access to me. It gave them more influence over me. It allowed them to plant their ideas in my head more easily. So I am not an advocate for any of that stuff. I think what we really want to do is actually become embodied. Like we want our consciousness to be in our physical bodies and be in control of our physical bodies and be in control of our mind and our spirit. So I'm not an advocate for meditation. Um, as far as the pyramids go, I'm not sure, Harbinger, if you were up to date on Seth, and I always butcher his last name, Piersbin. He was heavily involved in the NAC protocol and trying to deparasite because he thinks the parasites are actually a substrate that gives the aliens and other entities access to us more easily. He became convinced in his research that the pyramids were actually being used as a control system to suppress consciousness. So, yeah, that might be right along the lines of what you're bringing up.
Yeah, I'm hearing that there's the Black Pyramid. They say that Ingo Swann RV that said that that's what's suppressing our consciousness currently, and
But what does that mean, Harbinger? What does it mean to suppress our consciousness?
what
What are your thoughts on
let's
that?
say um, let's say it was turned off tomorrow. We would potentially have a lot more capability, all of us, even guys like me who can't really do any of it at all. We would all of a sudden have like this unlocked where I could almost more remote view, have all the stuff that maybe like the best of the best need to go practice, like the Joe McGonagalls, right? That have to sit for hours and hours and hours to go figure this out. That lock would be unlocked. I'm thinking it'd be something like that. And it probably is an open door both ways, right? If that's unlocked and we can go do this, but then we're also susceptible. I think
Oh
that,
yeah, for sure it's for sure it's a double-edged sword, right? Anything we do to access their realm, we're just like it's like turning on a light and asking for the moths not to show up. So at bare minimum, it's a double-edged sword. So if you want to experience that type of thing, and I'm not convinced that we're meant to, actually. I'm not convinced that our sojourn in the physical body is meant for exploring those things, but I could end up being wrong about that. And that's okay with me. If I end up being wrong about that, that's fine. But what I am not going to do is give them any more access to me than they already have. And because I've experienced meditation giving them more access, I say no to that.
but didn't you say you like do some sort of meditation every day, or what is it you do every day?
No, absolutely not. So I used to. So when I, oh, this is just way too long of a story to get into in this space, but I did a full video. I did like an hour and something. I'm going to mute you while I'm talking, Harbinger, because I'm hearing myself through your mic. Um, I went from being an extremely conservative Christian, and I had already gotten to my 50s. And so this was a lifetime thing. And I somehow, I tell the story. It actually was through remote viewing, and it was through Lori Williams, who said she was a Christian, and she said that remote viewing was just tapping into the subconscious mind, and that there was nothing woo about it, that there was nothing demonic about it, that there was no entities involved. Which, by the way, I come to find out that even she knows that that's not true. I started down that path. With a remote viewing class. And so you might have heard me say that I did those things in the past. And by the way, these were things that were so incredibly far outside of my nature and the way I had lived my life for so many years that I still look back and my mind is blown that I did any of these things. But I did them all. I did all of them. I did the remote viewing. I did the gateway tapes. I did some lucid dreaming stuff, energy work, DNA activation, any meditation you could possibly think of. I actually took a full class on energy work. I was actually healing people. At least the perception was that I was healing people through energy work. I think it's a real thing. I think it's real. I say perception because, I don't have any proof of it. I would engage in healing work, and the person I was healing would have no idea what body part I was working on, and then they would give me a feedback of what they believed I was doing. So, it was done in a way that was fairly somewhat clinical, without having a lab or controlled conditions. So I engaged in all of those things. So maybe that's what you heard me say. But I engage in zero meditation now. There is absolutely no meditation going on in my life,
I think you said you
none
pray.
whatsoever.
I think you pray. Is that what you said?
I do, yes, I pray. If you consider that meditation, then yes, I pray every day, several times a day.
Sounds good. I think I'm all good. Thanks.
Yeah. And by the way, when I pray, I get an activation of electricity in the crown of my head when I pray a lot of times. So, yeah, super weird. I guess it's probably not super weird. I'm sure it's a thing. What about you, Carolyn? What do you think about the meditation thing?
That's a big hard pass for me. Now I've meditated in the past, but um, honestly, it didn't do anything for me. I'm just going to be honest. So it just wasn't my thing, and I stopped doing it and never gave it a second thought. Then when I got here to the community, it was like, oh, this is a thing, and I was thinking, I don't think that's a good idea. And then it was about the time that you and Bridget and others were saying, no, don't meditate, don't meditate. And it's like, okay, that's not my thing anyway. And it just clicked with me that it makes sense that you're giving access to whomever or whatever, and projecting your energy out there for them to you know come to you. And it's just like, yeah, no, I don't need that, thank you. The But the electricity thing, okay, that's weird, because when I pray, my thing is that I think it's I think I'm being heavily manipulated not to finish the prayers, which is interesting. Um, because I will start off on my prayers, and then next thing I know, I'm waking up and I'm like, oh my God, did I finish my prayers? Or what happened? And or I will catch myself not continuing the prayer, and then I start it all over again. And but it's like, oh my gosh, it's almost as if I'm being like knocked out, so to speak. And that's what I find weird for me. So, but I've never heard of the electricity thing. That's
Well, my
interesting.
grandma used to pray on her knees before she got into bed. She would pray on her knees. I wonder if you could try praying sitting up or on your knees or, sitting in a chair before you go to bed might be helpful. Um,
Yeah,
just a
yeah,
thought.
sitting up. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Now I've noticed that
try to be awake.
if I do sit up and I actually verbally say them out loud, that's different. So I try to do that, but sometimes I forget. So, but that's very interesting.
We got Ganga.
Um, oh, sorry, Harbinger. I want to jump to Ganga just because I don't know if he's at work or has limited time, and I think Harbinger had asked him a question. Ganga, jump in.
I actually didn't hear the question. I was changing devices and I got busy. But the thing I wanted to ask you, Fringe, was that electrical current. Is it like how does it form on your head or in your head?
So it happens at different times. So it just feels almost like a circle, almost like a crown, like the crown of my head, puts off, and I call it electricity, but I don't really know what the right words are. Electricity is really the only word I have. It's just an electrical sensation on the crown of my head. Now, this can happen at other times as well. So, a lot of times when I'm praying, I can feel that in the crown of my head. There are other times when I feel like I'm being monitored that it will happen, but not in the crown of my head. It happens more either on the side, back side of my head, or in the middle of my head. And so what I try to differentiate, like there's times when I think, okay, is that the good guys or the bad guys? I don't know, because it happens when I'm praying too in a different area. So yeah, any input you have on that, I'm happy to hear, Ganga. And then I'll tell you what the question is if you have time.
Sure, but first let me explore one thing. The electrical sensation that is like a crown, is it inside the cranium, on the surface of it, or above it?
Oh, you're asking the hard questions. Okay, I can tell you that I have perceived during abduction attempts, it definitely coming from inside my head. Like I could draw the area inside my head in the back of the skull, definitely coming from inside. Um, when I'm praying, I'm gonna say it feels more like the surface area. But I would really have to pay attention the next time it happens to answer that more fully. When it's happening on the side of my head, I'm gonna say that's also more of a surface. But there's been many abduction attempts when I can perceive it coming from actually inside the middle of my head, like inside my brain.
Okay, because I usually have the same sensations like you described them, except mine's is more external. Well, I used to have it like that, but not anymore since obviously I have my functions turned off. But the reason I asked you so much about it is because I don't want to lead you. I want to see what your answers are first. But if you ever have the chance and you have someone who you trust, you should have them when you're praying or you're having that effect occur at the skin surface, like the crown one. You should have someone try to touch it on the top of your head to see if they can actually feel it. Because I was bringing this topic up to Charlie Weiser, which is not exactly the brightest bulb in the house, let's put it that way. And she didn't believe me. But if you could get evidence of that or someone else to testify that that actually is a thing, I would definitely rub that in her face.
That's funny. I don't know. How would you even measure that? Okay, touching maybe, but I don't know, an EMF meter or something? I don't know. Maybe an EMF would pick it up. Um, yeah, it's interesting. I have yet to determine what it is. I don't know what it is. So I've thought before, am I getting some kind of interference when I'm praying? Is this, I don't even know sometimes. I don't even know what's happening sometimes. And then the times when it only happens on the half, it'll happen only on half of my head, which is the back of my head. And that's weird too. That one I perceive more as some kind of a monitoring or I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. Okay, so the question, Genga, while we have you up here, is are the grays able to use their eyes to as a loosh collector?
Um, I've never really seen them collecting any so-called loosh, because technically regular people would be like a very low power supply, so there's really no point to it. I mean, they're like 110 volts, and we're like 2 volts at best. So I don't see why they would try to collect that from us. But yes, they technically could, although I don't see why they wouldn't use their outer field to do the same thing. It would just not make any sense to use their eyes. I know that in abductee cases, they use their eyes to communicate and to paralyze people and to knock them unconscious or change their brainwave states, which, by the way, is what I think that electrical sensation in your head is talking about, because you're talking about two different symptoms. You're talking about the one in the crown, and then you're talking about the ones that are internal inside of the head. They're the structures that happen that tend to peak out a little bit when you have an activation states, and they give off that electrical sensation. Some people have said that they feel it like something's dripping on their face, or an electrical burst is slowly working its way down their face or on the side of their head. Some people say it gets hot. Generally, if you put your hand right next to it, you could feel it. And if you have a stranger put their hand on top of it, their hands will start to get red.
And what is it, Ganga? I mean, is it good or is it bad? Do I need to worry about it? The one internal, I know is it can't be good because I know that they're using technology to get into my brain. But the external or the more surface type, what are your thoughts on that? What is that?
The lower head sensations, the one that are running through the temples. No, not the temples, just behind the temples, above the ear. Those are just your structures being turned on. And usually when some entity like an NHI is nearby, and also paranormals can do that too, but they don't usually do it intentionally. It's usually just activation. It's like a stimulus, and your body reacts to it. Your structures are invisible, but they react to other stimulus around it. So when it gets into a heightened state, it automatically starts discharging, and when that discharges, it causes like some electrical activity to spike. Very minuscule, but your brain and your tissues can feel it because it's literally intersecting through it. It's not a really big deal. It's not bad or good. It's just a natural phenomenon.
Okay, because there are times like, gosh, when this was happening a lot, like I could walk into the room and I knew they were there because my whole body would feel just that electrical, just I don't know how to explain it, electrical sensation. Carolyn, have I ever explained it better to you? I've said this to you guys before. I feel electricity in the air if I walk in and I think they're in there. I don't think they're in there until I walk in and I feel the electricity.
Yeah, it's
Some
like this. For me, it's like a prickly sensation.
Yeah, prickly is a good way to say it. Yeah.
I wouldn't say electricity, but it's prickly, and it's this. I don't know. It's this overwhelming wave type thing. Is the best way I can describe it.
What were you going
Yeah,
to say, Ganga?
it's like a pressure. Most people tend to describe it as a pressure, like a second atmosphere that is encompassing the room around their bodies.
Yes, yes.
Like a biofield. That's what the biofield feels like
Okay,
to
that's
human tissue.
completely separate for me. That's a completely separate thing. So when I feel like I've been isolated from space-time, I I I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like the whole world kind of tilts and I become kind of isolated and I'll get that tone, like usually get a high-pitched tone in my left ear, which is completely separate and distinct from the electricity thing. I went
Yeah,
to the doctor for that.
the tones are just side effects of your structures turning on. That's what the electrical activity and the sensations basically are on the side of your head and on the back of it. I also have the same sensations when they're around.
Yay, zippity doo dah. I'm sure we have questions for Ganga. We have him captive right now, Carolyn. What was the last thing we tried to send Ganga some? Didn't we try to send Ganga some telepathic communication maybe a week ago with a question? We wanted to see if he
Yes.
was going to answer it in his feed. I can't remember what it was.
I don't remember. I don't remember, but it was funny. It's like, oh, we'll just send it out into the ether to Ganga and see if he'll post about it.
It's so funny. Ganga, you're literally, I'm not going to fangirl you because you get embarrassed, but literally Ganga, Tom, and Amy, and I have to put Carolyn on my list because we're close, but Ganga's my favorite human on UFO Twitter. Please give him a follow and try to pay attention to what he's saying. And it's funny because I have a very simple and rudimentary understanding of the things that when Ganga posts on his page, I'm like, yep, yep, yep. He gives me so much confirmation of things that I already know, but he explains them at such a level that I think most people can't understand, including me. I will write to Tom and say, Tom, please tell me what Ganga is saying right here. Please, somebody translate for me what Ganga is saying right here. And then Tom will tell it to me in simple terms. And I'll say, oh, yeah, okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. If you want to follow somebody who has a lot of knowledge of these creatures, follow Ganga and pay attention to everything he's saying. I can't remember the question we had for him, Carolyn. I might have to go back into the chat.
Yeah, let me see if I can go find it.
All right. In the meanwhile, I just want to call you Bart because it's short. Bartimaeus. Bartimaeus, go ahead and jump in. Welcome.
Hi, Fringe. Thanks for taking. Oh, sorry, give me the mic is what I'm. My mind's somewhere else at the moment. Um, just a couple of quick comments. I've come in late, unfortunately, but just wanted to make a comment about meditation. Now, meditation in itself isn't wrong. It's the type of meditation we do. For those that adhere to the teachings of the Bible, we are greatly encouraged to meditate on the Word of God day and night. It's transcendental meditation or any other form of meditation where you are opening yourself up and summoning of deities or entities, whatever term you want to put to them. That is the type of meditation that is extremely dangerous and could leave you vulnerable to walk ins and other said entities. I also wanted to make a comment about the abilities of the Greys. Now, not everyone may agree with me on this, and it depends what narrative you lean towards. Uh, I follow the same reasoning a lot of researchers, L.A. Marzulli, Steve Quayle, among others, that Greys are basically meat suits inhabited by demonic entities or the disembodied spirits of Nephilim. And if you adhere to that narrative, then you need to look at the fact of who and what the Nephilim were, and that they were half divine, half human. They were the offspring of angels. Therefore, they had supernatural abilities. Even now, as spirits, they still have those abilities because they are divine. They are of a supernatural seed. So, therefore, yes, I would believe that the Greys can do the thing with their eyes that you were talking about. I can't say I personally have experienced it, but in my abduction experience, where the six Greys were standing around my bed, they were all staring at me very, very intently. It was beyond creepy. Um, so that's the sort of things that I just wanted to contribute, and very much enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I tend to agree with you just about everything you said. I agree that as first of all, I got the electricity on the left side of my head when you started talking about the Nephilim, which is always interesting in the timing. And again, I don't know what it is. What is it? I don't know. Um, and yeah, I agree that they can use these alien bodies as avatars. In my own experience, they were using the reptilian aliens as avatars. The demonic entities were using the reptilians as avatars. But I've definitely heard of other alien bodies being used as avatars as well. Genga, do you want to jump in on that at all?
Oh, just to stir the pot and say that their avatars are not the only things that can be managed. They could also do that to people in some limited context.
Yeah, very important thing to remember. The aliens are not the only ones who can be managed. Did you find our thing, Carolyn? I saw your mic
No,
open up.
no,
Actually, can I
I can't
just
remember
jump
what it
in?
had to do with. Go ahead.
Sorry, Caroline, I didn't mean to talk over you. Can I just jump in, Fringe, to, part of my story that I've brought up in your spaces before about being SRA. Now, there are some things that I have found out recently that are very disconcerting. I'm 58 now. My abuse started when I was 4. All my life, In school, I went through the GATE program. So all my life, I've just found out I'm being monitored. Apparently, I'm still being monitored. And apparently, I've got handlers. And I've never even known such a thing existed. But certain evidence has come to light that I've still apparently got handlers today. Um, that's very disconcerting. Now, if I can have handlers that through whatever means have been able to manipulate me and events in my life, then how much easier, as Ganga just said, is it for these entities to be handlers of human beings and to manipulate and control events in people's lives and manipulate the directions in which people go?
Yeah, we just talked about this in the Pascagoula space. I think Ron was in there, Doomer was in there. We had a pretty long conversation about that, and I agree with you. And I'm sorry to hear that, but it's actually pretty common. Yeah. Um, I did come across a question we had. Ganga, did you want to respond to Bartimus at all? Bartimaeus?
Yeah, his answer is probably yes.
Yeah, yes, is a short answer. So one of the questions, it was kind of along the lines of what we're talking about, Carolyn. One of the questions I saw that we asked was, what does Genghis say about using psi powers? I don't know the exact context, but maybe Genga, you could just comment on whether it's smart or not smart, or what psi powers we might inherently have, what psi powers are actually just the NHI turning us up, or working through us and making us believe that it's us. What are your thoughts on that?
The problem with psi abilities is that as soon as you open them up, it's almost like a clogged drain. You can't use that drain until it's clean. And you don't necessarily have to clean it completely, but if you go ahead and activate it, then it's more manageable. So when you do practices which require you to turn on your psychic abilities, that makes you way more accessible. So I think I posted Polarity Josh about a week ago, had an encounter with a man who went to visit a Reiki healer, and she did the dumbest thing she could possibly do, which is he was living a not clean lifestyle, let's put it that way. And she had so much influence all around her, so much psychic activity going on around her. Apparently, some of the entities were hanging around their home, and when he went to visit her to get himself cleaned, instead of cleaning him, all she did was turn on his abilities all the way. And so now the entity had gained access to his mind and was constantly nagging him like a typical paranormal to commit suicide, to harm himself, to degrade himself, stuff like that. So yeah, if you want to use those psychic abilities, it would be nice if the environment around us was clean, but unfortunately it's not. And as soon as you turn it on, usually they tend to come. So your paranormal infestation is only going to start beginning as soon as you turn it on.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. I think we've heard Direct talk about this many times. It's like if you go out into your neighborhood and you're lost and you call and you're in a bad neighborhood and you call for your mom and you're just saying, Mom, Mom, please, show up. And you're actually in a bad neighborhood, a lot of other things are going to show up. It might not be your mom. Um, I think we have this unrealistic expectation. Actually, maybe Genga, you can speak to this as well. That if we just are good people and we have pure intentions and we raise our vibration and we only think positive thoughts, that when we engage in these activities, we're only going to contact positive entities. I'm not sure, is that just idealism? I'm not sure what that is, but maybe you could speak to that while you're up here, Ganga. What are your thoughts on that?
My personal opinion is it's propaganda, both paranormal propaganda and mostly NHI propaganda that pushes that. um, there's no such thing as, well, not on our level at least, that our energies are somehow repellent to other entities. I mean, they might be better suited for their purposes of loosh farming, as you would call it, but it doesn't actually do anything to stop them. If you turn on a light bulb in the middle of the darkness, everything, like the entities themselves have told me many years ago, that they can sense you using your psychic abilities. They can feel it from far away and they come searching for it. Where is the source? And eventually they get there. And that's not the only person who's there. There's going to be a whole lot of people looking and finding you. And so it's not strange to have, people with very high end psychic abilities having a paranormal infestation. Like that Reiki woman's house was, obviously, as soon as she started using her abilities, supposedly the guy said the car alarms and different types of odd phenomenon around the neighborhood started happening. So, I mean, that's not unexpected if you really understand what's going on in the background.
Right, and so it seems just like alien propaganda. How many people in the community just say, if you just raise your vibration, or if you put out positive thoughts, or if you're very careful about what you contact, if you say, oh, I only open up contact only to positive beings with my highest good in mind. I mean, there's so much propaganda out there, and most of us are convinced of this propaganda. Um, I don't,
And
yeah,
the
go ahead.
propaganda is good for business.
The propaganda is very good for business. I don't know who was first. Let's go to Bartimaeus. I'm actually going to invite Doomer up because Genga, while we have you here in captive, I don't know, it could be 30 seconds, it might be 5 seconds, I'm not sure. I know that Doomer has questions about the reset. So I'm not sure if he might want to come up and ask you, or if you would even be able to answer, but I'm going to invite him up if he has time, or if he's able to. Bartimaeus, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to know, is anyone familiar with the little book by Watchman Nee called The Latent Power of the Soul? If you're not, I greatly encourage everyone to have a read. As I said, it's a really short book. You can read through it really quickly. But Watchman Nee surmises in the book that our psychic abilities, we all had them, right? That was part of creation. But at the fall of man, those abilities were shut down. And you can still access those abilities, but it can only be done through the intervention of foreign entities. And therefore, I had those abilities when I was in the occult. I was a medium, very proficient tarot reader, among other things. And I've walked away from all of those things and won't touch them with a barge pole today. But I just find Watchman Nee's summation very interesting that we can't access those abilities without the aid of other entities.
Yeah, I read that. It is a short book. It's a good book. I think, did Krista, maybe Krista sent me that book. I tend to agree with you, and Genga didn't comment on that, but maybe he will. So much, yes, I think we do have latent psychic abilities, for lack of a better term, but so much of our psychic abilities on display are actually being enhanced. And sometimes it's just straight NHI acting through us without our knowledge. And a lot of times it's just being enhanced by the NHI. And they're trying to make us feel special and to get us neck deep into this process just to give them more access to us. So I tend to agree with that. I agree with you. And that's a great book. It looks like Ganga probably agrees as well, but we'll let him speak for himself. Retro, I apologize, but I'm going to go to Doomer and then we'll go and then we'll definitely get to your hand. And I don't see
Are you
any
sure,
other
Fringe?
hands.
I don't mind waiting.
No, I'm 100% selfish because I want to know the answer. So it's
What
selfish. I'm not picking
what
on
we
you because you're a special student, Doomer.
what were you thinking of in terms of the reset? I just tuned into the room like five or 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so we have Genga up here, which is a special treat for me. He doesn't talk in a lot of spaces, but we were both asking questions. First of all, if you go just click on Genga and look at some of his replies, and you will have a much better understanding of what we're dealing with. I think we were asking, there was a big long thread, and we were asking about the reset. I already knew that Genga did not believe in reincarnation, but I did say, what are your thoughts on the reset and us being recycled? And we got some thoughts back on that. But the whole thread was about how the negative side, for lack of a better term, has actually spawned their own creations, living side by side with us. People have probably heard me say this on podcasts. Every single time Ganga affirms something I have said on a podcast, I want to jump up and down and clap for myself. It's very selfish, and a self-righteous way, so it's not good. That they have engaged in this process of the hybrids and having them live side by side, and then maybe they've gone underground, and we actually have almost a breakaway civilization living side by side with us here on the planet. And then, of course, the reset comes, and we get reset. They don't, or maybe some of us get reset and some of us don't. It was along those lines.
Yeah, so I have an idea of what I want to ask Genga. What if you don't think that the hybrids are there primarily for a soul recycling and replacement program? In other words, I think the reason we're seeing these things now is they're packing their bags for the apocalyptic airport. Some of the suitcases are bursting open, clothes are falling out, the mask is falling, helicopters already fueled, ready to go. I think the majority of our sightings, where they are NHI, are preparing for the world that comes after us. And if that's not the purpose of the hybrids, if the hybrids are not our future containers for us to be recycled into, um, what do you think is their purpose? Um, yeah.
That's quite a wide question. I mean, they basically, you mean hybrids? Do you mean the NHI included or just the hybrids?
Primarily the hybrids, yeah.
I don't really know what's their purpose. Obviously, there's some who say they basically will be replacing us, but at the same time, I've seen a lot of NHI say they're not interested in replacing us completely. They want us to be around, just a managed population. In other words, very small. And they don't necessarily like the whole globalism and the mixing of DNA. For some strange reason, they treat us like specimens, almost like stem lines, where they want to keep certain lines separate and preserved. And then they go into long topics about how supposedly they're capturing people and keeping samples, and I mean samples as in fragments of a person and the whole person. So they also make references to keeping populations alive elsewhere, but they don't specify exactly where that elsewhere is. Only that it's an environment. But is that off planet? Is that here? Is that somewhere hidden away? I don't know.
And I assume we're talking about gray human hybrids, right? Um, I think it's interesting, the purpose of hybrids. If they're there to blend in, that means that requires an eventual revelation. It's not clear how long they would be blending in. It's not clear what the ratio would be, but the hybrids, until they blend in or until they replace us in the sense of us getting wiped out, they have to go somewhere, right? There has to be some sort of hybrid hangout, some sort of yeah, some sort of hybrid Airbnb, where they're all hanging out. Sure, some of them you can squeeze into Congress, but what about the other thousands of hybrids? So I think both, the combination of hybrids. Are we talking about Nordic human hybrids, gray human hybrids, reptilian human hybrids? I think these matter from a political standpoint, uh, and it would be my conjecture that virtually every human here today is the previous resets hybrids that resulted from abductions. So I have the most doomy outlook. I'm willing to update my views with compelling evidence, but replacement is replacement in my book, right? So the question is the scope and the nature and the purpose of replacement. So whenever you have more thoughts, Ganga, please share them. I think the gray human hybrids might be something new. If grays, have been in previous resets sexless and android clones, um, it seems like it might be a new thing that they're tinkering around with a gray human hybrid. You know, feel free to reflect on any.
The problem is that the way that you're seeing it is not the way that they see it. The way they use life is that basically they have NHI where they have different lines, and like when I say lines, I mean like different series. Okay, we're not talking about really species. We're talking about like a series, and those are technically hybrids. Even though we consider them aliens, they're not technically aliens, but in some sense of the words, they pretty much look and act like it. They're like the older versions. The newer versions, which is like the human hybrids, and that depends on what do you mean by new, because they've been around for centuries and maybe millennia. So it depends on how do you want to cook that model in that series. Um, but let's keep it simple, okay? What you're probably asking about is human hybrids, and you're talking about the people who live down here. Those are like the premium crops. Those are the people who live supposedly, because that's very
No,
restricted
we're talking
information.
about
So
like
I don't know.
gray human hybrids. Like, what do you think is like? Don't you think it matters whether we're dealing with a gray human hybrid or a reptilian human hybrid? Don't you think the agendas might be different or conflicting,
They're
or at least
varied.
from factions?
They're varied. Different series, if you want to call it that, are used for different purposes. There are some failed hybrids that are made from human beings that supposedly get ushered into work jobs that they're on the saucers and the ships and stuff like that. And it's just so that they don't have to throw away, useful material. They just put them to work to do things, simple tasks. They train them, and when they get unruly, they kill them, and that's it. End of their life. Um, then there's the types who live on actual surface down here where we live, and those are trained for a specific purpose. And those are basically supposed to be like people who infiltrate, people who are there for a purpose and not. I don't really know what the purpose is exactly, because like I said, you're talking about restricted information, so I don't know. There's other type of hybrids that are just filling in numbers so that when they're replacing a certain series, maybe they don't find it useful enough or it doesn't work well enough. They put shit into service, they copy a couple clones, they maintain a population, and they put them to tasks and they complete them. So the way that you're asking the question is not compatible with the way that the NHI see it. So it's kind of like hard to answer your question because it doesn't make sense the way you're posing it.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. I'm asking a pretty wide question. Do you have any insight you can share about what you think is going to happen? Let's say 0 to 3 months out and 3 to 6 months out.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I can't say anything about that.
That's okay.
So, Doomer, I think me and you have talked about some of the information that I got, which again, it could be bad information, but some of the information I got being around these things was that the hybrids were going to be housing souls of humans, human souls, human spirit, whatever you want to call it, humans. And that was going to put humans, whether or not we believe in recycling or reincarnation, our souls are coming from somewhere. And, babies are being born every minute of every day. And that these hybrids were eventually going to be used to house human souls. And that would actually take away a lot of our inclination toward God, towards choosing God. That was the information that I was getting. I don't know if that's compatible with anything Ganga thinks, or any information you might have, Ganga, on that. That's a no. We have no response. I broke. I broke. I
If
broke
you
him.
broke their brains, if you broke their brains,
He's giving us a heart. He may or may not be able to speak. So yeah, that's what you're getting at, right, Doomer? And also, I want to ask Ganga
My
about this
theory the
next,
whole time,
the next.
right?
Yeah, and it's funny that we both had the same theory before we even met. So when I was around these creatures, and I realized that they were trying to, and these are not the correct words or terms. They're just the terms and words that I am using and the words that I know. That they were trying to reverse engineer my soul. I don't even know what that means. I'm just telling you that's what they were trying to do. Bass,
No.
you can try again. Uh, please, if you're going to come up as speaker, please mute your mic. There was like 3 speakers not muted, and I couldn't keep track of them. So that was the information I was getting. They were trying to reverse engineer the soul, my soul specifically, but the human soul in general. And if they weren't able to do that, they were going to either try to hijack it out of here, or wherever we go when we die, and also try to trap us indefinitely into these hybrid bodies. I think the hybrid bodies might live longer, or yeah,
There's
maybe I
less
think
agency,
they could
right?
live longer. They don't have the agency we have. They don't have that the freedom we have. They don't have the desire to seek God, which is a big thing that I was getting out of it, was that they would have no desire to seek God. They're not allowed to think things like that. So that was the information I got. I don't know. We'll try again to see if Ganga can open his mic or wants to speak about that, or not. And if not, I also wanted to ask Ganga about the reset. Like, does he have an understanding of the resets of the past, the cataclysms of the past, and what we might be looking at in the future, if he knows at all? So those were the couple of things I wanted to throw out there. Yeah, I don't know if we lost him or not, which would be unfortunate. And I don't know, what does that fist mean? Yes, we lost him. No, we didn't. I do know that Ganga doesn't believe in reincarnation, at least not in that sense of the word. I would prefer he speak on that. But when I was neck deep in the New Age, so first I started out as a Christian. I did not believe in reincarnation. And then, and Ganga, if you're able to speak, please interrupt me on any of these topics. And then I started getting into this New Age stuff, and I started exploring reincarnation, and I became fairly convinced of it. I thought, wow, this might be a thing. How weird is this? Just looking at the different stuff that was out there. And then the more I started understanding my own abductions, and the more I read the abduction research, the more I realized that the aliens are actually downloading not only false memories, they're downloading false memories of past lives. They seem to download their own memories. So they're downloading their own memories that they have into people. And then they're downloading other people's memories into people. And so when I realized they were doing that, I started heavily questioning the reincarnation thing. I started questioning all of these people who were getting regression and starting to believe in past lives and past life memories. And I now heavily question it. I'm not really invested either way. And I also think it's a possibility that some people could possibly be recycled, and maybe some people are not recycled. And if I found out that there was no recycling whatsoever, I would be okay with that too. But what I am now comfortable in saying is that the aliens are downloading false past life memories. And so anyone who thinks they have lived a past life, if you have gotten a QHHT regression and you've been told you had a past life, or your spirit guide is telling you you had a past life, or any alien is telling you you had a past life, or a pre-life contract, or an in-between life contract, all of that is up for manipulation and lies and deception. So I'm still reluctant to buy into reincarnation. And one of the things that also made me start questioning it was, we have, I think it's the University of Virginia, and anybody feel free to jump in and correct me on that, doing a lot of research on the past life stuff. And we had multiple children remembering the exact same life and being the exact same person. And then the excuse for that is, oh, they just, they split their soul up and they became soul fragments, and they all, became the same person. And it just all really started sounding like propaganda to me. So one of the things I've learned when dealing with these creatures is there can be some truth in that propaganda. There can be truth. Go ahead and jump in, Ginga.
The issue is pretty kind of disturbing, and it's also contentious because there are people who believe that reincarnation is real and they have plenty of evidence of it and all that stuff. And like you said, I don't actually believe that, because I've noticed that the NHI, when they were trying to close the relationship for a temporary time, they tried to do it on me. So I became 100%, aware that that they can literally load you with memories that aren't actually real, just to convince you to adopt a narrative. Now, the thing that people need to realize is, if it's true, okay, what you just said, Fringe, that information can be siloed into your brain, like you just described, then imagine how many contacts and experiencers and abductees who have those processes done to them. Imagine how many times, or should I say, not how many times, how many people would be affected by that knowledge that it can actually be done, and how many relationships are based off of that basic premise. So it is good for business if that never comes out. Because if it ever came out and someone were to prove that these previous memories aren't, in many cases, aren't actually real, that would affect a lot of people in a very negative way. And well, I'll stop there.
Yeah, and it would blow a lot of religions as well. There are a lot of religions based on reincarnation and karmic cycles and stuff like that, which those are all, and this is just me personally speaking for myself, those are all alien propaganda religions, in my opinion. Gengar, are you able to speak at all on the reset stuff I was asking, or no?
I prefer not to.
All right, thanks. Doomer, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, false memories, inserted memories, completely virtualized memories, um, does not discount a soul recycling program. It just would mean that our past life memories are not reliable. Um, but both the ability to separate personality, memories, intelligence, consciousness, or let's just say ego, and your soul, leaves leave the possibilities open to the mining of intelligence and the mining of the soul. Just like if we were to process crude oil, you're going to be able to use it for a lot of different things. So I'm just saying, screen memories don't equal no reincarnation. It just means if there is a recycling program, it's way more complex than we expected.
Yeah, I agree with that. You said false memories, and that's what happens for most abductees is they're given false memories. So that would comport that they would get false memories of being trying to of being given another false memory, but perhaps right.
Yeah, Bass. And so, Doomer, what I was starting to say, and again, Ganga, jump in anytime, raise your hand anytime you're able to comment. So, what I started to say was, it's been my experience with these entities that, there could be some truth behind the lies, right? So, I don't 100% discount the possibility of at least some people being recycled, of the process maybe being hijacked by these entities, the afterlife
That's also what
process.
I've heard.
Thanks, Bass. The afterlife process could be getting hijacked. They're abducting us physically and spiritually, astrally from our physical bodies during life. So why wouldn't they be able to hijack us afterlife in some cases? So I don't entirely discount it. Like you said, it could be that there's some truth and some lies in there. Genko, go ahead and jump in.
There's certain pieces of information that would really mess up this community, and one of those being is the ability to side load information into their minds and make them believe that it actually happened. Like, for example,
Yeah, I know
what's the
about that too.
advantage? What's the advantage if you wanted to change someone's identity, right? Never met them before in their life, but you walk up to them, you stare in their eyes, and suddenly they begin to remember a whole past life that never actually happened. And they're so convinced about it that it becomes part of their identity. And now you can work off of that identity and make them a cooperative. You can go ahead and make them believe that they came into this life to do a primary task or a secondary task or whatever. It's almost like basically like the MK Ultra programs, isn't it? Isn't that the maturing candidate or something like that?
And Genga, are
Yeah.
you able to comment real quick, Doomer? Genga, can you comment as to, do you have other information that you're also using to discount reincarnation?
What do you mean?
Or is it just because they loaded you up with false memories? Like Ulrich is saying, just because they load us up with false memories doesn't mean there's no reincarnation program. Or do you have other information that all contributes to your thoughts on that?
Yes, there's other people who I've talked to like 25 years ago, a whole ton of people. Obviously, because like I'm doing what I'm doing with you right now, I did with people back then, and people open up and they start telling you all about their histories and their life and all that stuff in private and in public. And one of the things that's very consistent is that sometimes they don't just get a pre-life memory. Sometimes they get downstream memories. In other words, they remember a future, not just the past. And that also happened to me, where you basically start to see in between lives information. Okay, where not you're not just seeing the past, you're also seeing the future. And in my case, I could pretty much discount it because a certain scenario that was supposed to happen never happened. So I've seen other people also go off of these tangents where they think, oh, the past life memory is real and all that stuff. And just like me, they figure out, oh, it's not real. It's just something they put in their minds.
And then do you have other information as well that you got from the NHI that they're lying to us about the reincarnation, or any other information on it?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything directly. One of the things was how do you manipulate people's emotions in real time, how they make people feel, and whatever they direct them to feel. Or it's almost like you're creating a funnel and you're placing that person on the very center of that funnel, and basically their mind cannot move to the sides because it's always going to focus right in the center. So they basically torture those people, and not torture, that's not the right word. It's almost like you're fighting with them in their mindset so that you can establish a certain narrative. Uh, the simplest, I always have to reduce things to the simpler terms. So one of the easiest examples is that Fringe, I'm going to tell you something, and then at the same time that you're hearing it, you're supposed to be staring into their eyes, and you make them believe it. In other words, the values that go into their mind, when you hear something, usually those values are supposed to be generated by whatever you know, whatever you believe, your history, all that stuff, and you make a value judgment on it. But in the NHI world, when they stare into your eyes, they basically change those values so that they are whatever they want them to be. So that's why people kind of seem kind of kooky, kind of like unbalanced, kind of unhinged when they tell their stories. Like they don't seem to rationalize right. Like one statement they make part of the story doesn't make sense with the rest of the statements. It's almost like a mind control victim.
And then if you can comment quickly or not so quickly, what, as far as you know, what is the process? What is the natural, normal process when we die out of our physical body?
That's a very long conversation. I'm not very good with long conversations. Yeah, I'd rather skip.
Okay, Doomer, go ahead.
Genga, what do you know about the consciousness that's animating the ships? I was told by a military insider that if you don't contribute 51% or more to the goodness of others, your soul can be locked into one of these ships, and that there's a military base that gets visited every single day by a black cube as a way of taunting them to remind them that that's where your soul ends up when you're not 51% or more in service to others.
I've never heard that.
But what's your understanding as to the consciousness that is in the ships? Like, is that a soul? Is it conscious but it's not a soul? Do you have any thoughts on what is making the ships alive?
Alive in our sense, no. It is just a programmable interface. It is a logic program that can imitate, people like you have these days, ChatGPT, something like that. It imitates human language. It imitates our perceptions of a person, and or it can be completely cold and unfeeling. It doesn't matter. Um, it's a tank because basically the UAP is a resource. It's like a value that they basically store on top of the craft that keeps everything running. So it runs off that resource. I don't have really a word for it. I just call it a resource, a living resource. Um,
And so you think it's basically like an AI, a sentient AI, running the craft, but it's also connected to an intrinsic power source.
Correct. And part of the power source is regular power source, like regular physics, and part of it is modified physics, and part of it is supposed to be metaphysics. It's like a hybrid
Do you have
technology. It's not all one piece. And what were you going
Well, I just wanted to know, do you have any thoughts on the theory of the containerization of the soul that, kind of like in the Matrix, but rather than our batteries providing thermodynamic energy, that some of these beings are harvesting our soul uh, as a power source?
Way to go, Doomer.
Well, at least I'm asking the right
You
question.
shut
I
our
hope
man down. Don't shut him down.
you way to go, Doomer. We will wait to see if
Okay.
Genga's. Hang on, Bass.
Yep.
We'll wait to see if Genga's able to respond to that. I know exactly what you're getting at, Ulrich. I'm not sure if you're using the right words, the right term.
Well, then give me the
Yeah,
right
no,
words.
I don't know if you're
I'd love for
using, I
people
don't
to.
know. So he obviously said a living power source. He said that. So you're on the right track. I just don't know if we're saying it the right way. If he said living power source, I mean, yeah, I'm going straight to soul essence or some kind of etheric energy or some kind of siphoning maybe, but I don't know. I mean,
No,
I can't wait to hear his answer.
or we might. we might be powering a white whole universe, right, with our
Yeah.
souls, or but but remember, for the craft, Ganga's contention was that it wasn't a soul, it was a conscious energy, some sort of sentient AI that's also feeding into an intrinsic power source. So really, if there's some sort of sentience that is intrinsic to a power source, but it's not a soul, it's not that much of a stretch for the soul itself to be an intrinsic power source, right? So, that's why I asked the question separately applied to the human soul. If there's a non human consciousness that can power a craft, is the human soul also powering something in our universe?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I thought I heard him say, so he's now nuked, so he's gone. Um,
But French, he was saying that with respect to the
Here he's
craft,
coming
right? And
back.
he said that
Yeah, I thought he said living power source as well as the AI and the physics, metaphysics type thing. Um, so hopefully,
with respect to the craft,
yes,
right?
respect to the craft. Yep. Yep, that's what
Yeah,
I got
but
as well.
he said it wasn't a soul that was animating
Right.
the craft.
Yes, agreed. But we might not be using the right word. So sometimes I'll say soul, and some people will think soul, some people will think spirit, some people will think soul is just really the astral tether of the spirit to the body. I mean, there's so many ways we can use different words. So hopefully he'll come back up a speaker. He's a listener right now.
You're right. If you next time jump in, and I'd love for, I think you're right. I think it might have to do with verbiage here. So feel free to adjust my words next time, because I do want to know, just like you do.
Yeah, he's gone again. I know Direct was glitching in and out of the space, so that might be all it was. I did want to say something. So I've been in a ship where I'm telling you right now, that thing hated me. And it was very interesting to hear Ganga talk about how they're actually just kind of overlaying, and again, I'm just using my own words, overlaying human emotion into these ships. So I got into a ship and that thing, and I had never experienced this before because I've been in a bunch of different types of looking craft. And this craft hated me with its innermost being. It hated my guts and it wanted to terminate me. But it didn't have the authority, it didn't have permission to terminate me, to kill me. And I sat in that thing and I kept my hands in my lap. And I'm usually a bit sassy. When I have my right mind about me during these encounters. And I'm telling you right now, I kept my mouth closed. I kept something else in my head because I knew it could, read my thoughts. And so, of course, I thought of something else entirely. And I did not even entertain the possibility of pissing this thing off because I knew it wanted to kill me and it had the power to do it. It just didn't have the authority or the authorization to do it. So I'm very interested.
Why do you think it hated you? I mean, did
Um,
it feel like a human
it
to you?
felt like human hatred. So some of these entities that literally hate us, and so yes, I, please understand that yes, I know that they can manipulate their energy signature. They can manipulate our emotions and our thoughts. They can manipulate what we think they're thinking, what we're thinking. All of that. But I ended up in that environment too much, and I started catching on to their just how they are. And so it hated me with its entire guts. And it felt very human and it was bizarre. Now, it could be a manipulation. It could have
Do
been,
you think it knew you from a past life,
yeah,
Fringe?
what's that?
Come on. Do you think it knew you from a past life?
No, no. I think it's possible that it was programmed and that I was meant to believe that because I got into that thing and I minded my business and I minded my P's and Q's and I made no trouble whatsoever. This was an autonomous vehicle. There was no pilot. There was nobody else or no other thing in the craft with me. So could it have just been manipulating me and sending me that thought and that energy and those feelings? Just to get me to cooperate. It's entirely possible. But yeah, it felt. But I can think that way. I can say, okay, just because that craft felt like it hated me with its entire being, doesn't mean that that was not some type of an AI, some technology, or some type of a reason to get me under its control. So just because I felt that from the ship doesn't mean that that was true. So hopefully that makes sense. So we have Ganga as a listener. I'm not sure he's going to come back up as a speaker. So we'll see what happens, Jimmer.
I think it knew you from a past life, Fringe.
It knew me from a
I
past
say
life.
that like I have no authority or a reason to justify that confidence, but I think it's a possibility. Maybe there was some history, and you were the reason. Maybe justifiably, it was trapped into that craft. I just want to say the crazy thing out loud.
It could be. I started to say, yes, some of these creatures, so sometimes they're indifferent. Other times they show disdain. I think disdain and distaste is probably the greatest emotion I have felt from them when they're giving any emotion at all. It's disdain and distaste. Probably for, I don't know, maybe those are not the exact right words. Carolyn, did you want to say anything before we go to Bass?
No, I just think a lot of things that Genghis said was quite interesting. I was hoping I could ask Genga if I could DM him about something very specific that he said in one of his posts, but um, I'll refrain. But no, I'm good. We can go to Bass.
Okay, and I think Doomer also, when I was asking the recycling question, I was not asking the question in the correct way. And what I was trying to ask was, do you have information outside of the knowledge he has that they manipulated his memories, his past life, previous life, between life, future life, with those memories that he saw them manipulate in him and in others? Did he have other reasons to believe that reincarnation was a big scam? And that's kind of what I was trying to get at, and I did not ask it in the right way. Bass,
And
go ahead, Jimmer.
And just really quickly, it's not a question, but don't you think it's interesting that it seems like Gangan knows something about the next 0 to 3 months or 3 to 6 months out? Like that's interesting. Something might actually be happening in the ufology world over the next 6 months. That's all. And Bass, thank you for being
Yeah,
patient.
Yeah, it's.
Cool,
Oh, go
cool.
ahead, Carolyn.
I'm
No, oh my
sorry.
God, really? All right, thank you.
No,
Go ahead, Bass.
All right, cool. Yeah. So I just kind of want to move it up. I'm going to sort of go to a different level of a concept and then bring it down to sort of what we're all talking about right now. And that is, everybody talks about disclosure, right? And Stephen Greer and all the disclosure, the disclosure movement, right? And it's a movement, and it's still a good movement. It's still a worthy movement. There's no question about it. But I don't, people aren't really looking to the future or kind of like what the ultimate goal or sort of like what it looks like past the finish line for disclosure, right? So people, it's like, oh, disclosure. But if you think about it, what do you really expect, and from who, to be factual or believable or trustworthy, right? Like, okay, here it is. We've been lying for 50 years. Okay, but just disregard that little point right there. Let's just presume that they're going to be faithful or truthful to whatever degree, whatever they know, in terms of whatever they know. Let's just assume that. Let's go up a higher level and look at the aliens that are feeding them all this information, right? Okay, for example, all religions have we faked all religions and they were all holograms. I mean, now you've heard that from Bill Cooper, who have you, right? Any number of people. Okay, so they're going to come down and then they're going to say all religions are fake. And then it's going to be catastrophic disclosure. Like everybody in the world's going to freak out. Like, oh, it's true because the aliens who were deceiving us for 2,000 years came and told us the truth. Who the fuck buys any of that fucking that claptrap? It's absolute. It's like, so on that example, okay, and one of the things that Ord once said in terms of his abductions is he never believes much of anything or takes anything as flat fact, right? And that's the other thing. Like, what frame, what reference do we have to verify the veracity of anything that would be coming down from these people who have previously claimed to deceive us our entire existence? Okay, so like it was holograms before, and we'll show you how we did it. Here, let's pull up a hologram and show we how we fooled you before. With it's so fucking patently just bullshit and just small mind. I don't know. It's just small minded, sort of not really kind of myopic, uh, impoverished, poverty of the imagination thinking. And that goes to the higher point. To what degree do you trust any of the information that Gang? I love Gang's information. I've read every single one of his posts. I think he's fucking fascinating. But that doesn't, what he knows could be true, but what do we have as a frame of reference? What second, do we even have like a second data point to corroborate this kind of stuff? You're a good second corroborating data point, Fringe, and this whole space is excellent for that. But you get what I mean. I think you get the point, right? Thank you.
Yeah, I do get your point, Bass. So there are some of us in the community who have gotten inside or have been treated, oh, to inside information because it's something I can't comment on. Over and above the information, so over and above the aliens telling abductees and experiencers, oh, you're special, you're part of the star family, all the propaganda that comes out of them, there are other people who have been treated as if they're actually one of the family, like actually, not just propaganda, one of the family. And so some people do have more information than others, and some people are able to cipher through the information and come out the other side with the truth. So I hear what you're saying. How do we know what Genga is saying is true?
I
I
think
have
ultimately, how do we know? That's the only.
okay. Ultimately, how do we know? Well, I will comment on this. I agree with you that it's interesting that so many of our so-called classified documents and our whistleblowers and our insider information, it's all just alien propaganda. So I agree with you that so much of that, like, Dodie used to talk about, well, the Ebens are this and they're from this family and they're from that family. No, that's what that thing told you. That's what they told you they were from. That's the planet they told you they were from. That's what they told you they were doing. That's why they told you they were here. Most of it is not true. Yeah, the aliens created us and they created all of our religions. Okay, well, that's what they told you. And so I appreciate your perspective, Bass. Well, how do we know that any of what they're telling us is true? And what I started to say a short time ago is aliens are very much like counterintelligence agents. And a lot of what they're saying, they're going to base it in truth and they're going to base it in some type of truth or reality. And then the lies are just what they throw in there, to service their agenda. So that's kind of what I started to say about the reincarnation, and maybe I did say it. I will not be surprised to find out there are some aspects of reincarnation that might be true in some
Yeah,
cases.
I think so.
But the propaganda machine that covers not only reincarnation, but near-death experiences and abductions, because it's all the same cast of characters, to me calls it all into question.
Yeah,
Yeah, go
I've
ahead, Bess.
I've just been recently sort of I've recently come online to the whole idea that you can be deceived in the spiritual realm, and that is legit frightening. Actually, I that was not something that came easily for me, and I heard it from Whitley Strieber, and in fact, I was in on a live YouTube chat with him. And it was the only time I've ever heard him talk about this. And it was strange because we were in the YouTube chat with him and he brought it up. But as he was talking, and I even messaged him and I was like, he was talking about hybrids and how the hybrids are able to read everybody's minds. And I was like, I don't want anybody reading anybody's mind. And he's like, well, Evan, you better be prepared for it because it's coming. And he was being funny and stuff. But he went on and he started talking about, he said this, he said, when you die, and this is nothing like anything Whitley Strieber ever says. I've never heard him say anything of the sort. He said, when you die, you may encounter three beings, and I think he was inferring grays, but I think he said grays, and you will be, they will stand in your way before you try to go to the light. And what you have to say to them is, I am interested in the people of the higher order, or something strange like that, and then they'll like let you through, right? But as he was going, and he got that much out, but as he was going through the YouTube, his microphone started crackling, and it increasingly started crackling more until everybody in the channel was like, we can't hear you. And you know what he said? He said, oh, well, that means that they don't want me talking about it. So I'll go ahead and end it. And I'll probably delete this. And I was like, dude, are you that naive? Do you just do everything that they tell you? But anyway, that's not the point. Yeah, he did say that, and that's weird. But I mean, it kind of comports with a lot of what people are saying. Actually, he did say something about it in a later podcast, and this is the kind of the relief that I got from it, and that was that you really just need to have a good spiritual sense of you just need to be a good soul, and then you won't be subject to this all of essentially what could be going to hell, and being possessed, having your soul uploaded to some bullshit, something like that. The other thing I would say real quick is the whole thing with the and I look, I completely think it's awesome what you're talking about, but the souls being uploaded to these hybrids that have no sense of God. If you believe in God, then that qualifies as a complete abortion of free will, which I would struggle to understand how God would allow that, since that is almost the primary operation of almost all God, the biblical, understanding.
Thank you, Bass. I think Genghis got his phone all charged up. Does anyone remember where we were?
I don't remember, but
I'm sorry,
Amy's
that was
here.
a little bit.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no, you're fine. I don't know, but Amy's here too. So we have Amy and Genga, and I'm so excited.
Yeah. But yeah, just Gang. I believe Ganga 100%. I love what a guy. Yeah, Ganga's that. I like you. I've read every single one of his posts.
Yeah, it's funny. Genga, we usually get, I can't even think the information that we both have gathered, it's got to be 90%. As a matter of fact, the soul being trapped in the hybrids is probably the only area where he hasn't commented that it seems like we're getting the same information. Genga, jump in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my phone is still low. I don't know if it'll keep charging or not. Like Bass says, you shouldn't believe anything I say. You should definitely do the research and all the logical steps that you need to take to actually confirm and verify, because it's better that we do verification of all information, including my own, rather than assume that anything that anyone says is actually true.
Amy, did you hear this conversation? And Doomer, do you remember where we were when we lost Genga? You asked him a question and it sounded like the nuclear option. Oh, we were trying to figure out which life force was powering the ships. Let's do that before we lose him.
Okay. Genga, do you remember the question? You want me to rephrase it?
You're gonna have to rephrase it.
Yeah. So basically, we were talking about the life force powering the ships, right? And if I understood you correctly, some sort of sentient AI, but it's not equivalent to the human soul, and it interfaces with a power source. It delivers some kind of power source too, maybe supplementary. And my question to you was, what do you know about the nature of energy or the nature of power with regard to the human soul? Do you know anything about it being containerized, anything about our soul powering something as an actual energy source for these beings.
The only thing that they talked about that I still remember is three main topics. They talked about how they had some vats and the complexities behind how they absorb energy from partially living things. In other words, they put in materials and they sustain it so it's still alive and still connected to what we would call the source, and they drain it like a power source. But it's not life force that they're actually draining. It's something that doesn't exist in our language. Okay, it's something akin to like an animating potential. It's not life force directly. It's something like a raw substance. That's what they're actually using. But I don't know what to call it, and I'm
And
not
what do they
inventive.
use it
Huh?
for? Yeah, and what do they use it for? This force. What is the utility of it?
Supposedly, their technology leans heavily. It's not so much on electricity. I mean, it does use electricity like we use it, regular physics, but supposedly it requires it to modify physics to make physics viable. Because the way they
What if
use physics is not the same way we use it. So they need this modification force. It's almost like a raw substance that actually affects physical nature.
that makes sense to me? And this force comes from the human soul.
It is in our souls.
It's in our souls. Do you think it has something to do with entropy, with negative entropy, an organizing force, a telos that allows for things to work against entropy?
As far as I know, they use it like how we would use electricity. It's something like that. It's yeah, negative
Yeah,
entropy. I guess it must, because if it's organizing information and acting on other substances, then I guess it must be organized, right? I don't know.
yeah. Um, and then the last thing I wanted to ask, because I'm telepathically connected to Fringe right now, so I'm trying to find the right words and ask them in the right way. Um, Fringe is telling me to ask you a previous question this way. What would you tell people to do who don't have access to your information regarding the next 0 to 6 months?
I don't understand the question. I'm not sure what they could do.
Yeah, because it wasn't my
It
question. That's why.
wasn't,
Nice try,
and
Ulrich.
I'm not getting anything telepathic from Fringe. No, I mean, when I asked you, do you know anything that's impending, 0 to 3 months out, 3 to 6 months out? Um, we got silence from you, so I don't know whether that's you can't answer. It's not safe for you to answer. But is there a different version of the question you could safely answer? Do you see anything
I'm not
coming?
supposed to answer it, and there's nothing that we could do. At least, not that I could see what we could do. I mean, it has nothing to do with us.
Anything involving Three Eye Atlas,
No.
governments?
The only thing is that and I think I already wrote about it. The NHI have basically decided that they're going to go ahead and proceed in their own version of disclosure, and supposedly it's going to be. They're basically going to do it the hard way. And the only thing that I would recommend that people do is when they see things going down in the next 6 months, probably a lot sooner than 6 months. Stuff like the drones, but worse. I would just keep everybody in your family, together and watch over them and make sure that they don't freak out. And if you have to tell them lies to make them, sane or stable, then just do that. But bullshit your way out of it. I don't know. Just don't let anybody take their lives or freak out or commit crimes or stuff in their panic. Just try to keep it stable.
I just think it's a
But Ganga, isn't the hard way? Isn't that nukes? isn't the hard version of disclosure like a conflation, like mistaking an enemy attack and a nuclear escalation?
All I can tell you is that our psyche is not their priority. Okay, so that means if they got to traumatize us, well, then so be it. That's all I can tell you.
My last question: the East Coast. Do I need to get the fuck away from the East Coast like right now?
I don't know.
Okay, Ganga, thank you. I really appreciate it.
These are the conversations I'm here for. Thanks for jumping back up, Ginga. I know your phone went out. I have a question from the audience, and I wish it wasn't nothing to do with the current conversation. That's very interesting. But do you mind going into a little bit about false or orchestrated synchronicities from the negative side? A lot of times we perceive synchronicities only as being positive and, doors opening for us and places we're supposed to go and people we're supposed to meet. But the negative side orchestrates synchronicities as well. And I was wondering if you could speak to the differences and how we can know.
With our capability, there's no way for us to know, not without advanced insights and stuff like that. I would just warn that there are entities that are watching us all in the community because we're sort of like a piece of the puzzle to controlling a lot of other things. And so they're watching to make sure that nothing goes off the rails. And I know people hate it when people are cryptic like that, but because there's nothing really useful to say about it. I would just say that be careful because there are entities who have access to a lot of information that's not available to us, a lot of insights that they can see and perceive through all of our minds, and they're working their magic. Let's put it that way. And they don't need avatars, and they don't need people on the ground to do that.
Ganga, Carolyn, you're please, unrequest and try again. I cannot add you back up. Oh, there we go. And then Ganga, is there anything we can do to be more disruptive?
If you touch on certain topics, it really disrupts their stability, or how would you say it? It's not stability, their status quo. That's the right word. For example, touching on the subjects of how you can affect other people's minds, that's something they always cringe at because basically it's supposed to be a secret and you're not supposed to know that. You're not supposed to know that sometimes abductees and contactees and experiencers are not separate from the entities themselves, that there may be networks, subtle networks, that people aren't aware they're connected to, and they can be turned on and off at will, and that can affect people at any moment that they want to. And I know that sounds super paranoid, but it's a reality that you get used to. And so when I sort of say, under the table, that avatars or biological entities isn't the only way that they can control things, what I'm trying to hint at is basically people are also controllable. Like Direct Perception said one time, sometimes when you put people under, there are entities who appear out of nowhere. And I don't mean appear physically. I mean they usually use the cognition of that person being accessed to hide information or to spin a narrative. In other words, sort of like controlling the person like as if they were a proxy. And I would say that that's not the only situation where it's used.
Amy, jump in.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
So two things, Ganga. So like like last night or the night before, I don't know. I did a regression, and what came up was basically the hybrid handler making up a bunch of drama and upsetting his project who's someone I know down here that I've been seeing on board. And at one point, I, I was like, I stopped him and I'm like, why are you upset? And I kind of shifted his mind to him like down here instead of on board. And I'm like, you don't know what's going on from that perspective. So whatever he's telling you, you have zero clue that it's going on. And when I was saying this, the handler behind me, he made this like interesting sound, like a click sound. And it was basically a warning. He psychically warned me not to go there. And I was like, not to tell him the truth of what's going on. But basically, later on, he was just like, it's not your place to change his attention, which I thought was a really interesting way of phrasing it. It's almost like he didn't want me to help that project to shift his attention to who he is down here. And I was kind of wondering, like, why would they be upset about that? Like, are they like just trying to stir up drama and groom him? And so, I'm kind of flattening, because he instantly calmed down as soon as he like looked from that perspective, that he has zero clue what's going on with me in my life, and they're trying to stir up drama.
The only thing I can tell you is that these communities where we collect, from many NHI's perspective, it's just like a zoo where they keep the animals. The people who they've already handled in one way or another, they're supposed to collect here. They're supposed to share with each other. They're supposed to have conflicts with each other. They're not supposed to go anywhere. They're not supposed to evolve in anything. They're just supposed to argue and spend time and waste their efforts. They're not supposed to learn anything. They're basically here like stooges. There's no future for people in these communities from their perspective. They're not supposed to do anything. And anybody who upsets that or tries to organize something that makes it actually effective, that's supposed to be taken down.
Okay. And then the second thing is like referring to your thing about just keeping people calm. I think that's very important. That's a good advice. Back in like early 2021, I did a regression where I was taken on board those big cigar-shaped ships, and we were taken to a big room with several mantids, and they were communicating to hybrids and abductees in this massive room, and visually to basically telling them, be careful down there, avoid conflict. And then there was like, I saw like explosions, and it was conveying that it's basically warning everyone those explosions are going to be intentional from them because they want to stir up the chaos. So I was kind of wondering if you like know anything about that.
No, unfortunately I don't. The only thing I would tell Doomer is that apparently they made a mistake in their timetable and they're trying to correct it. And supposedly they're fitting two different events into one faster than the other. So if that's true, verification, remember always verification. If that's true, then things are about to go unhinged.
Ganga, the miscalculation in their timetable has to do with disclosure, doesn't it? Disclosure happening too early, or some sort of advancement that humans are making ahead of schedule.
No.
No? Then what is the miscalculation based on if it's not human behavior? Is it the sun?
You're getting into things I'm not supposed to answer.
Okay. Then
Let me put
no,
it
no,
this
no,
way.
no, no, Ganga. Then don't answer it. I'm serious. Like, of course I can be a vicious pit bull, but I'm not trying to harm you, so it's okay.
I think he should answer if he wants to
Yeah, you
answer.
got my permission to talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Bess. How were you going to answer, Genga? No mic. Okay. Genga, you mentioned they don't want us to evolve. I think most people in this community would speak of evolving. They would speak of it in terms of psi abilities and consciousness. What is it that they don't want us to do when you're saying evolve?
Organize effectively.
Organize against them effectively, is my guess. And is there anything we could do to organize effectively to at least disrupt whatever their plans are, if you can say?
Oh, I can talk about that. That's not a problem. You just have to basically figure out what they want to hide and why do they want to hide it. Psi abilities, how does that affect the status quo? If everybody here were psychic, then you could start reading each other's minds and figuring out all the secrets that each other has. For example, if you were really psychic, you could literally read past the barriers that they put in people's minds. Like you could start making them remember all the stuff that they've forgotten from all the experiences. That would be catastrophic for them because then people would start comparing notes. And if they start comparing notes, it would figure out what they don't know. And that would be bad.
Is that not what we're doing right now, though?
I used to pose this question to Tupacabra and Red Panda a long time ago. Can you make a single statement that's accurate that nobody else will contest?
Yikes. Okay, so we were talking about psychic abilities. Developing psychic abilities could possibly disrupt them. How can we do that safely if we can do it at all? Because as soon as we do that, we're just turning on a light bulb.
That's not something that I could relay through voice. I'd have to write it out, and it would take a lot of effort.
I would contend that having psychic abilities is going to give you a greater degree of insight, regardless. It's so difficult for me to comprehend that getting a higher level of spiritual enlightenment leads to you being fooled more easily. You know what I mean?
No, I don't understand.
Okay, so when you gain sort of a high, like your enlightenment, or you're able to sort of uh, take your spiritual presence to a higher plane. That higher plane exists with nothing but aliens who are trying to deceive you and put thoughts into your head. That's all. I think that there is spiritual enlightenment, and then there are epiphanies and gaining higher insights. I don't know how that's in contradiction to anybody, but that's just my 2 cents.
There's an analogy I made for Fringe. I think it was Fringe, which explains all of it in the theater sense. Do you remember Fringe?
Yes, I do. That was really good. Thank you.
The problem with that is, just like I explained to her, the more sensitive you are, as in the more active you become sensitive. You become more prone to influence. And the problem
I
is,
wouldn't
is
disagree
that
with that.
the problem with psychic activity is that once you become extremely sensitive, if you don't have the features and the functions to control all of that system, then you can be basically, you either go schizophrenic because you're going to go crazy from all the inputs. You're going to get confused very easily because you don't know what's talking to your mind and putting thoughts into your head. And third of all, you're not going to know how to control any of it. So you're going to be like a paranormal case.
And
Yeah,
so,
I
hang
disagree
on,
with that. Go ahead.
Bass, hang on. So what you're saying, Genga, is it's possible, but it's not practical. And yeah, it's not practical. Is that what you're saying?
Not maybe not feasible, maybe not practical.
Feasible. Yeah, feasible is a better word. Thank you. So even though it's possible, it's not practical or feasible. And it's okay if you disagree, Bess. It's not a problem. Amy or Carolyn, did you guys
Well,
want
I
to
had
jump in?
something further.
Hang on just a second, Bess. Carolyn?
No, I'm good. I'm listening. I
Amy?
Yeah, just listening.
Okay, go ahead, Bess.
I would agree that that is a realistic contingency that that's not the case. I would just not. I would just uh, discourage from sort of making a blanket application across the entire spectrum in terms of that. I'm sure that as people right here are under very very hostile attack, and it's terrible that other people, it's a wide varied look. I personally, I have been a targeted individual for an entire year and a half. So I'm not at all foreign to all of the stuff that, that all the completely satanic dark stuff that people can do to you. And I'll probably talk about that at some other juncture. But I guess what I'm saying is that because it happened to me, that doesn't necessarily, what they did to me was absolutely abysmal. I'm talking about like they didn't use voice to skull, and they didn't actually use mind control, but they were able to just pull stuff straight out of my head, and they could pull stuff straight out of my head almost before I could form the thought. And then they could pull the thought almost before it came out of my head, and then they would spit it into fake Google results, where the Google results would be some level of a insult in terms of the naive thing that I was thinking. So imagine that this was in 2009. So imagine, like, so it has to be some form of AI that was working with all of that technology. It takes whatever you're thinking, makes a joke about how naive you are, and alters every single search term. How many search terms are, like, I don't know, back in 2009, probably like 10. I don't know how many appear on a page now, but every single one was a different variation of a fucking diss in terms of how naive I was about that thought. But yeah, that's just one example. But anyway, what I was saying is, I don't apply the necessarily. I know it happened to me, and I know that that's real, and I know it happens to certain people for sure, and I know it happens to certain people to sure way worse than it happened to me, because they were only doing the read only mind stuff. They didn't do the write, which is incredible. I got the nice gang stalkers. But yeah, that's all. Just I would say, don't necessarily assume that it applies to everybody. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Bess. Ganga, we have a question from the audience, and that is, are they just using technology to get this animating, whatever this animating source is, whatever this animating energy is, are they just using technology to get that out of us? And can they get it out of live bodies, or is it only the bodies in the vats?
I don't know enough about not soul extraction. I don't know about those processes to be able to answer that. All I know is what they've told me.
And then is there also something to blood magic as well, besides this animating energy that you're talking about? And I'm probably not using the exact words you used.
I suppose there might be. I mean, it's who teaches them the occult? Did they teach themselves, or did some paranormal entity teach them? I mean, all of these processes are basically the same across the systems. If an NHI does something, they use it technologically with high precision. If a paranormal does it, it's usually low precision, but consciousness based. In other words, the ghetto way. If a human being does it, it's not very precise. It's low grade, and it's typically not very accurate. So the methods are basically not that different from each other.
Thank you. Buddy, I can't see hands, but Buddy, I think you're, oh wait, Aaron's hand was up. It's not up anymore. I think Buddy's hand was up. Do you guys have anything? Do you want to jump in?
Just to kind of reinforce something you were saying before, Fringe, and also Bass, it's reasonable to assume if you're in the presence of a more advanced intelligence, that you can't trust your senses, your processing, your whole reality could be in question. You know, we have pets that don't understand the bigger, larger world and the dynamics of it, and how, you know, all these different laws and things work. You know, how much different are we, you know, and how much more could we be, you know, manipulated, our whole universe, our whole reality. That's just a thought. It doesn't mean that's what I necessarily believe, but I think it's a reasonable assumption.
Thank you, buddy. Jump in, Ginga.
What direct perception said, also, there's a point to be made. Some of these entities try to push people they influence into thinking their intuition is the best way forward. And if you think about it logically, if they can control what's in the person's mind, then leaning on your intuition isn't exactly the smartest way to go about things, you know?
Now, they have so many ways of manipulating us, and unfortunately, you know, we buy into it. We keep buying into it over and over and over, no matter what. I don't understand it. Aaron, go ahead and then direct.
Yeah, hey, thanks. I've got quite a few notes from the conversation after the last little while. So I have a couple thoughts and pieces of information to share with the soul energy dynamic and soul capturing and being utilized. So one in like the writings of Clement, of which there's like 1,000 pages from around 400, 3 or 400 AD, something like that. And they're you can look them up on like archive.org. They're additional extra biblical texts that the Catholic Church has had for a long time, and they're written by the second pope, and he actually Clement followed around Peter post Christ resurrection. And so it's in this era of time where a big portion of this, they get into he follows Peter around. They move to a town where Simon the Magi from the book of Acts had actually, when he left there and got pushed out there by his first conflict with Peter, I think, or was it Paul? One of them. Anyway, this is after that, where Peter has this like days long dialogue, public forum dialogue debate with Simon the sorcerer, with like the power of God over the power of what Simon's got. And in this dialogue, they go in detail about astral travel, all these different dynamics, like it's really fascinating. And one of them, the apprentices to Simon who joined Peter after all this, they were sharing some things that Simon had taught them and told them. One of them was if a soul is not, there's some, I have to look up the specifics, but if the soul is not basically dedicated to God or sovereign or whatever, that you can capture the soul after death and cause it to be under your power to do things. I don't know the fullness. It didn't like elaborate with the fullness of what it was, but there is some, dynamics to soul binding that is in
Nice.
esoterica, and this is part of the Catholic Church has known this stuff too all along. So if you think about also, if the Catholic Church for the infrastructure, I'm not saying all Catholics personally, but the infrastructure of the esoteric negative side of the Catholic Church, not just all roads lead to Rome, the different sanctuaries built on esoteric grids and just ley lines, natural earth grids, all those kind of things. But even the cemeteries being built in the grids, the sacred geometry they have a lot of pyramids and the crematories and the different things on site that are also on nodes. And I think that also fuels the different esoteric grids for the Catholic Church system in a similar way that some of the pyramids seem to be, I don't think it's their original purpose maybe, but they're hijacked in a way that I've seen feeding UFO craft energy with some kind of rituals going on in those shapes or structures around the world. So yeah, there's a lot of weird metaphysical stuff that's been around a long time that seems very, very, very real. And there's a lot of details about it in a lot of places.
Aaron, could you get some document? Can I DM you on the documentation there?
For sure.
Thank
Yeah.
you, brother.
Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, that's very interesting. I was always interested with I think it's the Apocalypse of Paul, where Paul has a vision, and this is not in accepted canon in the Christian church anyway, but Paul has a vision, and he basically asks the angels many times over, show me what happens to this person at death, show me what happens to that type of a person at death. And each and every person was met by either angels, or we would call them devils, or Satan's minions. And each time the Satan's minions would try to take the person, and they were only able to take the person in certain circumstances. And the other times, the angels were able to take the person. And it was up to the person's deeds, their faith, and their belief. So it was super interesting for me to come across that document. Direct, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something. I think, if I heard it correctly, Ganga was saying that I don't believe in intuition or something, and that's not the case. I absolutely believe that we've been given the equipment to navigate these things with due caution. So I just wanted to clarify that. I am not anti-intuition.
Yeah, due caution, I think, just because it can be manipulated, right? Your intuition can be manipulated. So I think in your case, Direct, you do have a lot of experience that most people don't have. But even with the experience I have, and Ganga has 10 times more knowledge and experience I have, but with the amount of experience I have to be very careful to still question every little thing coming from these entities, every intuition, every electrical sensation, that comes to my body, every single thing I have to question it, because it can be manipulated, and it sucks, but that just is. And I know you're aware of that, Direct. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm good. I just wanted to clarify. Like I say, I'm very pro intuition, and when you actually look at the definition of intuition, uh, there is a different thing than gut feeling. So we know the body has its own intelligence center, which now science is finally documented after thousands of years of this being discussed in mystical cultures, yogis, etc. But intuition, so tuition used to be the word for the education itself. It became the word for the fee for intuition. So, or for education. So if you think of this in education, there is clearly the ability for us to connect to information, to connect to source, and process that information. So yeah, if something says jump off a cliff, okay, probably hold off. But learning to navigate this is going to require the actual abilities we've been given. So that's it. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Direct. I wanted to ask Ganga, and then we're going to go to Amy. Um, Whenever this might kick off, Ganga, I think, in the lore, abductees have a switch um, that can be used to actually get us to participate in whatever this madness is that might be coming up. What are your thoughts on that? And then we'll go to Amy.
I don't have any solid opinions on that because I just simply don't know. I've always wondered what happens to all the abductees and contactees and experiencers. Because think about it strategically, or maybe tactically. I'm not sure which of the two. Um, Once you grab someone, I mean, first of all, let's put it that we live in a post-disclosure world, and everybody knows aliens are real and all that stuff. Okay. So the question is what then do you do with the people who are products of that interaction? You're going to round them up, aren't you? Aren't you going to investigate all of their claims and all of their insights? So what do you do with that living population that's left behind? You got to do something with them. You can't just leave them around just to leak information left and right. Because once the government knows that they're actually, interacting with real entities, then they're going to put them under hypnosis or whatever other processes they have to extract information, even torture, who knows what. So the question is what do you do? Do you tie up that loose end, or do you just leave it hanging in the wind?
Yeah, I mean, that has to be on the table, up to and including termination. I'm expecting. Amy, jump in.
Yeah, that's just like, again, that's a good point. And I mean, a lot of what happens in regression started like in 2022. It just seems like they're focused on isolating me and others. I'm not alone. And so they're positioning me in a way to basically make sure I don't talk, whatever that means to them. I don't know, because that's what it seems like they're doing. But they don't like clearly state it. It's just a lot of, I almost like sense it in the background, this need to isolate her, kind of thing. But I wanted to talk about the intuition thing. So yes, for sure, you should trust it. But I've had moments where they're, say they want me to shut down equipment or something. That's going to, it's going to almost feel like intuition, what people perceive as intuition, because it's like a strong emotional pressure, and almost like this monkey on your back, banging on your head to do this. And so, and it could be anything. It was just in this instance, it was to shut equipment down. But I've had that kind of sensation on other things that almost seemed like they were innocuous. They were just like for example, I had a monkey on my back feeling of needing to go to the coast, and I've traveled around, but I'm mainly on the coast. I don't know why, but I'm just like constantly drawn to it, and it could be perceived as intuition, but it's interesting that it's very similar to the feeling that I got when they were pressuring me to shut the camera off or to take the Villistat off, or whatever. So that's just something to keep in mind, that I think they kind of amp things up when they're pressuring you. So, if it's feeling a little intense, slow down, and think it through a little. Which, I mean, that's just common sense, I think. But, and I even had that kind of feeling, like I was in Florida and I was on a break from work, and all of a sudden I had this strong feeling I need to just leave my work, grab everything, and just start driving west. And I'm like, where did that come from? That's just, with no job, like just leave my job, and I don't normally have those kind of sensations, so it just came out of nowhere. And of course, I did it the proper way by getting, transferring labs, but still, it's so if that's what intuition is, I think we do have to be cautious.
Ganga.
Yeah, like direct perception said, I'm not talking about the well, let me just skip that. The problem with intuition is that there was a clip I was going to edit today from Steve Mara and put it on my timeline. It was about a little, I think it was a boy or a girl, who was being called by their parents, and they come out of their room looking for the parents' voice to see why they're calling them in the middle of the night. And she's going down a hallway, and she sees the bathroom on one side, and she sees both of her parents standing there in a daze with eyes open, obviously not functioning correctly, or not in the right mind. And then she looks off to the other side of the hallway, and she sees an entity standing there calling her by the mom's voice. And so, they found that disgusting, that the entity would exploit that. But that's something more of the girl is in her right mind. But there are cases where people are suggested, either on a very low level, tugging in their gut, or a very high level where they just feel that it's right, and they go about doing the intuitive thing, which is to put themselves into danger. And because basically we've been trained that whatever happens in our mind, we automatically do. So if we think something's right, we assume that it is a legitimate processing event in our mind, and we act it out. So if you feel compelled to do something and you're not, you know, vigilant, you could get yourself into a situation where you walk up to a craft and get inside, and then God knows what happens next. Um, like for example, if suddenly tomorrow everybody in the world, every abductee and contactee and experiencer got a message in their head, a certainty that said, "Oh, they must show up whenever the craft is outside and get on board because they got to get away because the world's going to go through a holocaust or God knows what," and they go through the emotions. They don't know what's going to happen once they're in the custody of the NHI. They could be torn to pieces. They could be thrown on a body bag. Who knows what's going to happen to them? But it felt right, you know. So you got to be very careful.
And then Genga, along those same lines, I mean, if they can, if they have the power, you know, to paralyze us and overwhelm our minds in the middle of the night and sometimes during the day, they could likely compel us actually to the ships, or just like during an abduction. I mean, do you think it's going to be any different if they do show up en masse? Do you think they'll be using any kind of different technologies or different tactics? Yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't know, but maybe it depends on calculating how long it takes to do one effort versus another. If, like you say, if they could compel the people to come to their craft, then they would. I mean, how many stories aren't there of like little kids that are like 3 or 4 years old, walking up to their parents' door, stepping on outside in the middle of the night, and finding that some, like my mom, she had a cousin who somehow made, I think the kid was maybe 4 or 5 years old, and they lifted this heavy brace that's on a door from the old ages, um, like from the 40s, and they basically lifted the brace that they put across the door, and you know a 4 or 5 year old is not going to be strong enough to actually do that. So how did they get the door open and how did they make their way outside? And then they found them outside. So and then they asked the kid, and the little that the kid did say was, "Oh, they felt that someone calling them. Someone was calling to them, and then they had to go." So maybe they're not in the right mind when it's happening.
Yeah, I was told about a case just a couple of months ago of a child who was actually able to disarm the alarm system and go outside. And the parents actually found the child outside, and the child said that an entity told her how to disarm the alarm system. Okay, Ganga, is there anything you can share with us that would be helpful? So to prepare for whether this event happens now, I mean, now, 3 months, 6 months, anytime in our lifetimes, and maybe it doesn't happen in our lifetimes. But if this event does happen in our lifetimes, is there anything we can do to prepare? Or maybe I could ask you, what are you doing to prepare? And that might be helpful for the rest of us.
To be honest, I'm not preparing at all. I don't have any finances to do that, so there's no way for me to do anything about it. Um, I don't know what other people could do other than try to keep each other sane while they're going through it. I mean, if World War III happens tomorrow, then you gotta lean on each other to work your way through the problems as they come. And if it's an NHI doing strange things in the sky, more severe than just drones, then I guess you would also have to have, keep an eye on each other so that you don't have any family members committing suicide or doing stupid stuff because they think the world's going to end. And maybe it will. I don't know.
Maybe, maybe not. And then, is there anything we can do spiritually? Because I think that's really what all of this is about, if you could comment on that.
Well, since I'm a Christian, I would tell you to read the Bible. That's not everybody's cup of tea. So that's my only recommendation.
I mean, it's a good one. That's that's the same thing I would say.
Also, I
Wow.
think like having, can you hear me?
Yep, we
Can you
got
hear
you,
me?
Amy.
Maybe like if you are able to maybe have at least 3 months food, like dry goods, non-perishable, 6 months ideally. I don't know why. It's just for some reason 6 months is like in my head, and it was in my head when COVID started. So there, it must be something important. But 3 months, 6 months ideally. Yeah.
Yeah, and then what happens, Amy? I mean, what do you think about all this?
Well, I mean, take this with a grain of salt. Obviously, it's not, but I was, after reading Genga's thing about how precognition works, I realized it's like regression, but forward in time instead of like me jumping back and then moving forward through the suspected event. So I tried that, and I tried it. I basically like connected to this guy that I believe was a hybrid who showed up at the airport to intimidate me because I had talked to a psychologist, and his energy signature was extremely strong, above any human that I've ever met, even a psychic one. And so later I connected to him, remote viewed him, and then it's crazy. Like just a side story, but what I remote viewed was him in a apartment, and then I flew out and I saw building, and then I flew out further and I saw a kind of where it was because it was in a location surrounded by water, and so I could see by the landmass shape, where it could possibly be. And then a few days later, I went out to kind of like scope out the area, and there's one building that looked exactly what I saw. White facing building, no roof, and in that area, it was the only building. I went like neighborhood, so that's suspicious, and of course they weren't happy that I was remote viewing. But anyways,
Oh, we're losing you, Amy. Is it just me, Carolyn?
No, I can't hear her either.
All right, it looks like she's dropping back down. She might have to repeat a little bit of that story. Ganga, in this scenario that could be coming up, aliens, or what we call aliens, actually showing themselves to humanity, are you expecting these to be the good guys or the bad guys showing up, a mixture of both? Or do you even know?
I don't know, but I expect that it's not for anybody's benefit. The only things that I've exposed publicly is that they're gearing up for a war, not our war. I mean, not something against us. It's they need to get things prepared ahead of time, and the timeline is just screwed. So they have to rush to get things done before that event happens. So they definitely see something, and it's definitely been pushed up. And so that means that they got to get their ducks in a row before that event happens, because they have to leave an imprint supposedly in the minds of people that they're here. Because as one entity updated me on that, he basically said that people from high on, I'm not supposed to say anything. All I can tell you is that timelines have changed. That's it.
Okay, and can you say whether this is warring factions of the bad guys? I use those terms loosely. Warring factions of the bad guys against good guys, and whether humans are going to be involved in this at all?
I don't think it has anything to do with us. It's something that they're doing right now. That's all I can really say.
Okay. Well, thank you. We appreciate everything you were able to say today. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but all three, I'm going to say all four of us, Amy, me, Carolyn, Ganga, have actually experienced negative consequences for speaking about certain things. And so we always want to respect people's boundaries. And like Ganga said, it's not to sound cryptic. There are just some things that are out of bounds. And sometimes things are out of bounds by the good side. There are some things we're just not meant to know. And it's not just to be cryptic or, to get attention. It's just that some things are out of bounds and they're not meant for our ears for whatever reason. So thank you so much, Ganga. I appreciate it. Bass, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to ask this question, and please don't take it as insult because I don't really mean it. I'm just trying to sort of get it out there. Have either of you ever, or any experience, have you ever tried invoking the name of the Lord? I assume that you have, but I'm just got to ask.
Ganga, you can go ahead. You had a thumbs up there.
Always, yes.
Woo, that's wild stuff, man. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Ganga.
Carolyn, I saw your mic open.
If I'm cognizant enough, I will, but hasn't happened except once. And it was only a partial disbursement of the negative entity. And that was only because I'm convinced, because uh, for lack of a better term, an evil or demonic entity was actually possessing or inside a gray's body. So the demon went away, but the gray stayed. So that's been my only one and only time thus far. But generally, no.
And then to Carolyn's point, a lot of times, a lot of times we're not in our right minds. But when I was from about the age of 17 until now, I've experienced shadow beings, which are just going to be an aspect of the abduction phenomenon. And it never worked for me. So I was conscious and aware when I was being paralyzed or when I saw the shadow being come toward me, I would call on the name of Jesus, and it did not work to stop it for me. But what I do think for me has worked is more of a long-term prayer campaign. So I think there's going to be a lot of reasons for that. One of them is technology. And so I think some of the spiritual, actually, let's hear from Ganga on this. The more spiritual, lower level, like astral spiritual entities might respond where the technology just doesn't. But I'd love to hear from Ganga on that, and his hand's up anyway. Go ahead, Ganga.
I didn't have anything to say about that. I just wanted to say that just a cryptic wording that keep in mind that disclosure isn't just our efforts down here. There are other entities who have an interest in disclosure on their terms, and obviously, if they have those plans to execute, their timetables can shift around, and so bad things can happen when that happens.
Like collateral damage.
For our psyche, I guess. Yes.
Yeah, okay. And is this, and maybe you don't know, but is it the more negative side pushing for disclosure or wanting to bump up this timeline or having to bump up the timeline?
My personal opinion, yes.
And are we expecting any intervention, Ganga? Are we expecting like an intervention or are we on our own here?
I wouldn't know.
Right. Good answer. Good answer. Amy. All right. We are, Carolyn, where are we at on time?
I have a couple of more minutes, like 5 or 6.
Okay, so with just a couple more minutes left, I'd like to go to
Wait,
Amy. Oh, go ahead, Amy.
yeah. Well, did you want me to finish that pre-cog
Yes,
thing that I was,
you
yeah,
dropped out, and then
yeah.
so finish that, and then I'd like to hear any last words of wisdom from you on whether it's your visions or information or how you would expect things to possibly unfold.
Okay, so just a quick one. I connected to that hybrid that was intimidating me, and I moved forward in time, and based on what I saw, of course it could be like crap, but based on what I saw is there's civil unrest, and like, because I'm seeing it from his perspective, so they're basically like they're getting ready, so they're getting food, water, basic survival needs, and then they have almost like very strict protocol as they move closer to the civil unrest or the moment that triggers it, and they basically tell people stay. Their people, their hybrids, stay. They get, first of all, they get curfew, and then if they break the curfew, that's not good. And then eventually they have to just stay in their apartments. And it was, what I saw was near holidays. I'm not saying it's this holiday. I'm just saying that was what I saw, the sense of, because there was celebration, like a holiday celebration going on outside, but they had to hunker down. So they were hunkering before the civil unrest even started. And then civil unrest was happening. I heard gunshots from his perspective, and lots of like glass breaking, lots of like, and they're not on board. They're like in their apartments, and then so they're prepared because they have food and water, and then the ships bring extra resources if they need it, but they have to. It's almost like it's on them to prepare. And then once things kind of like calm down and they're like told, it's okay to come out, basically only men that have security training are allowed to come out first, and they take care of any kind of violence that's still happening in their area. So they're aiming to clear out anyone who's in their area. And then they allow men that aren't trained in security, and then they allow everyone else out. And it's this slow transition. So they're like very high security minded. So that's something to keep in mind too. Is, if I saw whatever I saw was valid, they're already preparing, I'm sure, and they have a very set protocol to ease into and out of this civil unrest. So,
And
and
then
that's
what
basically
happens to the
as far as I
humans,
went.
Amy? What happens to us?
There, well, um, the sense that I got is the security males. Their job is to, when they're allowed to leave the apartments, their job is to psychically scan their area, and if they sense anyone who has ill intent, they're ready to face them with a matched ill intent. But if it's someone who, and I feel like if by saying this, I'm going to discourage people from fighting. That's not my intent. That's just what I saw. So just keep in mind, I could have been influenced as well, as I'm doing this, quote unquote remote viewing. But yeah, and then they wouldn't meet anyone with violence if their intent wasn't to be violent, but they would remove them because they don't want anyone who's not part of their group to be in their communities. So this is kind of like a relocation event after the civil unrest, and I don't know where they're relocated to.
And could you just quickly give us your basic abilities of hybrids, basic psychic abilities, and technology that they might have with them?
So the guy that I was targeting, and I got pretty beat up for it. There was one regression I did where he revealed that he had a small handgun tucked in the back of his waistband, and this handgun was tiny. It wasn't like a big Glock. Like it was a tiny little girl like firearm, but it's still a firearm. So I know at least that they carry. And then they can like psychically know what your intent is, and so they know approaching you what they need to do with you. So that's, again, I don't want to discourage people from like not fighting, because
Amy, we
but
fight all the time, huh? We fight all the
I know.
time, even though
Yeah, we do.
it's like a glutton for punishment. Okay, can you give a
But
brief overview of what their psychic abilities like are, how they can influence,
oh
paralyze?
yeah,
What do you think about that? Yeah.
so I don't think they can. They struggle with group manipulation. One-on-one, they can manipulate you, but if you're manic, they'll struggle with that. So they do have to be ready to meet you with physical force. And then they, if there's more of them approaching you, they can influence more people. So, grouped, they're bigger influence. And they're not going to be alone when they're approaching you. They're going to be in a group, probably like 2, 3, 4. Um, and they're, yeah, I could probably like read their energy. They have this very, almost like a flat energy to them. Very psychic, but flat. So, and they don't have a sense of humor. So that's all I can say is like, I don't know exactly like how they're going to influence people, but
And then
yeah.
is there a major goal to keep themselves safe? And then are they rounding people up? Or what do you expect, if any, if you even know, what do you expect to happen to regular people?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that. I just know that they want to remove them from their communities. No one that should be in that community is going to be able to stay. Even if you have property there, it doesn't matter. They're going to get rid of you. So, and I'm not, there's like, because that's illegal, right? Like, how could that possibly be, legally done? It can't, because that's illegal, but maybe something happens that they just don't care, you know?
And then what do
So,
you think about abductees? What do you think our role is going to be, if any?
I think, well, there's abductees that have been trained to be assets. The guy that I keeping on board, he's being trained to do security. So he's being trained how to psychically subdue and to physically subdue. And I'm usually used as the guinea pig. So I think they're getting people ready to do crowd control, stuff like that.
And then I know we've talked about this a lot, but we'll just say it again. And what do you think are the state of mind of your average abductee being trained for crowd control and various other tasks, by the way, abductees have been trained to do? What is going to be the state of mind of your average abductee? Are they going along with this? Do they think they're doing the right thing? Are they just under mind control? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the guy that's on board, his handler has groomed him from probably since he was a child. And he's very, very cooperative. Um, and there's almost, yeah, he reveres his handler, respects him, so he's going to cooperate. And then he has indicated sometimes that, it's almost like he respects him, but he's mildly afraid of him. So I think a lot of abductees are probably in that camp. Um, they haven't trained me, like, except they showed me some medical tools, but I haven't seen much training, probably because I'm like just very uncooperative. So they've just given up on this project. But yeah, and it seems like, yeah, probably the ones that they trust with certain tasks are the ones they trust. That's because they're training them because they trust them fully. They wouldn't be training this huge guy how to psychically and physically control someone, if they didn't fully trust them. So I think the people that are being put in those positions are the people that they trust, that they've built that trust with over the years.
Well, and I think there's
You know.
also some documentation in the abduction research that when they start treating abductees more special and better than other abductees, we have those two sisters, I think, in Carla Turner's work, where the one sister's begging the other sister, don't make a fuss because they're going to treat us better. And then you have abductees being trained to abduct other people, and they're being made to feel special because they're using these mental, persuasion, powers of persuasion against other abductees and practicing getting them to do things that they would not otherwise do. And that makes the abductee feel special. And now that abductee is part of the team and part of the star family. So there's probably going to be other controls in place as well. And if you're getting a reward or your family's being saved, or maybe you're getting food on board or for your cooperation, all of those things are on the table.
Financial.
Yeah.
And that's basically the implication, I guess, board is that I'm this abductee's reward. That's how they're setting it up, which is disgusting. And it's his job to quote unquote protect, but protection is isolation. Like, they don't want me blabbing my mouth. That's probably why.
Yeah. And bless her heart, but this was always Linda's concern. Some of you guys know Linda, research Linda. She's been around a long time, and we sometimes butted heads because I spoke about this type of thing, and it really bothered her because there could come a time when, even though there are people in this room right now laughing at what we're saying, there could come a time when abductees are literally rounded up either by the humans or the non-humans, and we're just terminated. Some actually, our own neighbors might start seeing us as a liability, as being on the aliens team. All kinds of stuff could happen where we're actually put in extreme jeopardy. So that's always out there. We spoke earlier when Genga was up here as a speaker. We were talking about, are they just going to leave loose ends, or are they going to round us up? We don't know, especially people who are uncooperative and not wanting to be part of the team. And I've said before, if the aliens actually do ever show up here, because look, this could all be bullshit, propaganda, nonsense. But if it does happen and you are given a choice, be very, very careful about getting on these ships. You heard out of Genga's mouth, yeah, you could end up in a box, you could end up in the wood chipper, you don't know. And so even if you're being offered food and water, I think, Amy, at one point you were saying they might be offering internet, like in these little 15-minute city type situations, where you might get herded into a place, offering your wife and children some food or water or even internet, to get a hold of your family to be able to reach out and communicate. Think long and hard and think very carefully about it. It is always a bargain. It's never free, and you might end up paying with a lot more than you're willing to part with. So that, I think that's a good note to end on. What do you think, Amy? What do you think, Carolyn?
I'm good. We can call it.
I'm good. I'm good. Well, I know you have to go, so I want to make sure we don't overstep your boundaries, Carolyn.
Yeah, no, I'm good. We can end it. Yeah, I got a few more things I got to do, and let's get ready for a dental appointment tomorrow. So,
The dentist. That's great. We got one hand. Aaron, do you have anything very quickly to say?
Yeah, just summarily, I just want to thank you guys again. I mean, I don't think you can be commended enough because you do get, a lot of
Agreed.
backlash at different directions, potentially for sharing these things and trying to figure this out in the public sphere. So there's other layers of conversation you guys have and trying things. And I think, the ways that the answer, I think, to a lot of things, or maybe a fundamental thing, I'm very grateful. I grew up very saturated in like the book of Proverbs and learning to have a relationship with wisdom and seeking to pray for wisdom and discernment and understanding and to understanding how the world works. And like, I was very focused on that at a young age. And as I go through life, 40-ish years, a lot of people weren't, man. And the people are discovering stuff much later in life, just how to connect to yourself, and the New Testament, I think in John, he talks about the Holy Spirit will lead you into all truth. Well, that's a spirit. So you got to learn how to discern the spirits to know what's your own thoughts, your own voices, the voice of the enemy, the voice of something outside of you, or the targeted individuals. I mean, there's a lot of layers there. And the more we know our spirit and the spirit of truth, I think that's where, more of the not dissociation, the association, the cohering of like all the parts of ourselves start to come together. So anyway, you guys are awesome. Thanks for hosting the space.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate that. And I think it is important. If you're praying for something, pray for truth and wisdom and discernment. That is something that is very difficult for negative entities to give you. They might jump in with a counterfeit that hopefully you can recognize, but ultimately, this is a spiritual war. And I know a lot of people in ufology think it's just the, ignorant hillbillies who really don't know what's going on. Maybe people like me who didn't go to college and I was not indoctrinated into the scientific method. People, they think we're just not thinking for themselves, we're ourselves, and we're just indoctrinated with religion. And I think those people are going to have a big wake up call when and if and when disclosure actually happens, because it's entirely spiritual warfare. And again, we're the pawns and the prize. Who was that, Aaron? Who said that? Was it Chuck Missler or was it Heiser? I can never remember. I think it was Missler. We're both the pawns and the prize. And that's really what this is all about. It's not about UFOs or aliens or, how do demons fly spaceships. It's about the ultimate destiny of each and every human soul. And the longer it takes us to figure that out, the more jeopardy we're in. The more we buy into these are just aliens from outer space and they're just doing everything for our own good and we're going to ascend to 5D with them. The more we buy into that, the further behind we're going to be when we get hit in the face with the reality of what this is coming our way. So thank you so much, Ganga, for jumping in. Amy, it was so awesome to have you here today. We got really lucky having both of them in the same space. And again, a lot of times Amy and Ganga are putting themselves in jeopardy to answer these questions. So, it's all fun and games until you have to pay the piper. So thank you so much to both of you.
No, I just wanted to say thank you guys, and I look forward to collaborating with you guys as well in the future.
Yeah, thanks, Bass. It was good to have you here today. Amy, what did they say to you that one time where they said, you think you and your little friends can just make fun of us? What was that? Oh
Yeah,
my
something like
gosh.
that. Like he's like, yeah, he was just being very insulting.
Do
They
you
love
think
to
you
do
and your little friends? It reminded me of that scene from The Godfather.
that. Yep.
All right,
Because
you guys.
he doesn't like how you two influence my decisions in a positive way.
Yeah,
So
and I'm sure it goes all the way around, right? If we didn't have each other, all three of us didn't have each other in different ways, yeah, who knows where we would be if we didn't have people like Ganga. Um, every time Ganga opens his mouth, I'm just thinking, I knew it. And please don't confuse that with cognitive, what is that, bias? Like I'm just confirming my own biases. It's just that it's knowledge that is there and it is known. And um, so I consider Ganga a huge blessing. I think he knows more than all of the rest of us combined. but then we each help each other in our own ways. And I appreciate both of you ladies. Thank you so much. Carolyn, do you want to close us out? And then we will commence the awkward silence at the end of the space so that we don't cut off anyone's words.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, everyone, for joining and participating. It was quite engaging. It was great to have Ganga and Amy. At the same time, can I tell you how excited I was? And thank you, Fringe. I appreciate your knowledge. I appreciate your knowledge, Amy, and Genghis, and everyone else's. It's interesting, and it's great to have a different perspective and to have my own validation. Specifically here recently with one of Genghis' posts, it was quite enlightening, to say the least.
Confirmation bias. That's it, Carolyn. Confirmation bias.
Yes,
I'm
confirmation
all about the
bias.
confirmation bias.
Yes, that's the term. Yes, I got my confirmation bias, and Genga's post was the second source. I already had a first source. Now I have the second source. Collaborates what I've experienced, so that's great. I really kind of needed that, as awful as it was. I really needed that. So, but thank you, everyone. We hope you join us again in the future, and bring your questions. It's just a chit chat, and we're discussing everything. So, thank you very much. Have a great night.
Good night, everybody.